Y'all go ahead and hit that like button and share this video out, okay? Go ahead and hit that like button and share this video out because I got some things I want to say here. Ooh, boy, y'all never fail. You never cease to amaze or anything of the sort. Y'all complaining because 50 Cent did a documentary on P. Diddy. And I heard it was good. I heard it was good. I listened to a few people do a review. I'm going to watch it later. It's going to be later. I'm going to make a whole event out of it. All right. Hit the Cash App if you want to get me some popcorn. You know, Cash App is in my bio. Hit the like button and hit the Cash App, baby. Okay. So y'all want to complain because you mad. 50 Cent did a documentary on Diddy, and I heard it was good. Now, originally, when I heard about this documentary, I said, I ain't gonna watch it. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I've heard enough about Diddy to know he is absolutely more than guilty for the things that he's done. Thank you, who's ever here. Feel free to make a comment. Tell me how you feel about the situation. And please do, at the very least, hit the like button. How you doing? How you doing? So people are mad, mostly men. I've seen some women because, you know, it works both ways, but mostly men. And Dame Dash was one that people are talking about. The failed career guy who not only did he not make it, he managed to at one time have people looking up to him. Oh, he's a good businessman. Oh, he gives good business advice and all that. Dame Dash. And then he starts showing his tail all across the internet. He can't keep black men's names out of his mouth. He got beef for so and so, beef for so and he can't stop talking about them. You know, he can't stop beefing with them. Um, but he wants to say that it's another black man tearing another black man down when 50 Cent do a documentary. And I'm trying to figure out, how does that work? How does that work? The P. Diddy documentary, have y'all seen it? Have you seen it? Because I haven't seen it yet, but I heard it was actually good. I heard that there. Now, what really makes me want to see it is hearing about there being footage of Diddy recording himself doing on the strategy during this trial situation. And he was supposed to, now this is the word that I heard, the person who recorded it, Diddy, was supposed to, you know, sign a deal and pay the person for the footage. And Diddy did not come through with the money. And so the footage was never sold to Diddy and his people. So I guess the person who recorded it, then the rights would still be within them. And somehow 50 Cent got word that that footage existed, and he managed to be able to purchase it and add it to his documentary. And I saw some snippets of it, and I'm just like, oh, okay. So he's talking his strategy and everything, but we know um, that's what people with money do, you know? They say, any way possible, get me out of this mess. Okay, if you got to frame somebody, what was one word he mentioned during that propaganda? He said, you know, get people out here, get your best people, and, you know, pull out all the stops, because he said at the time that they were losing, in which, I don't know, I guess for a brief time it kind of seemed like he was, but you know, with some BS when that boy only got 4 years for all the stuff that he's done. So I don't know how everybody who spoke out against him feel about that, because he be back on the streets. And unfortunately, I don't think he gonna miss really too many beats, because this is what black men do. They take up for each other and excuse each other for their sins. They absolve each other of their sins. They think that, you know, they're supposed to be above the law because They feel like they haven't been able to get away with enough stuff, so they can just do the worst to people and everything. Now, I don't know if Daphne Joy is in it. Is that her last name, Joy? Which is 50 Cent's baby mama. And she was one of the ones that was a part of this documentary. Now, I believe she was the woman who went on Tasha K after not testifying and did a tell-all, but then turned around during the sentencing and wrote the courts and was trying to get him off and say, oh, he never did anything to me. Did you forget how you told us about how he stomped a baby out you and all that other kind of stuff? You know, like what Joe Budden did with his girl, allegedly, according to her. I listened to Joe Budden do a review. And, you know, I'm going to listen to a couple of more people do a review. And I'm going to play some of one here in a second. But you know what's getting on my nerves? Since y'all want to complain, I'm going to complain too. What's getting on my nerves? Make sure y'all hit that like button too now. Please. Thank you. But what's getting on my nerves too is that so many people are now saying that after they watch the documentary, they don't like Diddy no more. They like him less than they liked him before. I'm confused as to how. First of all, you liked him in the first place. I never liked him. He's always been, you know, trash to me. And for some reason, y'all admired him. You looked up to him, I guess, because he's a black man and he got all this power, okay, and wealth and everything like that. Let's see, what's another gripe that I have? Again, y'all are, a lot of people are saying, yeah, he did this, he did that. That documentary really opened my eyes and all that. Okay, I haven't seen it yet, right? But I've watched enough previews and stuff and people doing their little reviews and stuff to know that it's the same information we've always had about Diddy with a little extra personal things like actual recordings of him talking. Now, this is weird. There's something right here. It's like a knot. And it's right here in my finger. Right there in that spot. That's really weird. It's at least the size of a pea, a little bigger. And I'm just now noticing it. And I'm wondering what that is. Now, I've been taking off my rings because what I have been doing, unfortunately, is for the most part not taking them off. And so when I go to put my gloves on and I lift weights and work out and stuff, I got not only the gloves applying pressure, but I have my rings applying pressure. So I'm thinking that it might have caused something to happen here. But you know how you notice something going on with your body that's different and you're like, what does this mean, you know? So I don't know what that knot is right there, but you know, I'm just gonna massage on it for a little while and hopefully it'll dissolve itself or whatever, because it's really weird. Really weird. And I noticed it by accident. But nonetheless, y'all didn't know Diddy was that dude when all the rest of the information came out. I mean, you didn't know Diddy was that dude when you watched him stomp out young Cassie. I mean, the fact that he manipulated her career, and she was only 19 years old, and you know, somehow convinced her to be his woman, and you know, took her in and groomed her and turned her into someone I'm sure she would have never became. Everything that we've heard about him and what he's done to all these women, it took this documentary for y'all to believe most of it. The amount of people saying Diddy's just a freak is scary. It's scary because I already have an opinion of most men. And I've been here 49 years so far. So I've had enough observations of males to know that you guys are dangerous, very dangerous. And to classify anything about Diddy as just being he's a freak. That's careless talk, that's dangerous talk, and it really tells a lot about who you dudes are. Because you guys think that you can just do all kinds of stuff, and it's supposed to be excused because you tell yourselves and you teach each other as males that you can be this type of dude, you could be the slime ball, and you should have varieties of women, and you don't respect women, and you can treat women any kind of way. And clearly Diddy didn't respect himself, he didn't respect anybody. And it was clear a long time ago that Diddy didn't want nobody to be the star of the show but him. He was always in the videos. He don't have no talent except for maybe knowing who to hire for what job. Let's say getting a stylist like Musa, or whatever his baby mama name was, and getting them to style them up right, coming up with certain ideas, having a good eye for certain music and stuff like that. But as far as dancing, rapping, singing himself, he really ain't, you know, um, he just wasn't that star. He didn't have that star quality, but he wanted it, and that was clear. And that meant that he was in the wrong position. He was in the wrong position because how are you supposed to be making stars, but you want to be the star? And so when Suge Knight said, anybody need a producer don't want to be all in the videos and stuff like that, I mean, that was very telling and very valid because that's what we saw Diddy in everybody's video. We saw that he wanted to shine, he wanted the light. Another thing I have a gripe about is when y'all give Diddy all this credit for becoming rich, wealthy, successful, and powerful, because that is nothing to admire. I'm going to tell you that now. Diddy's, what y'all call success, is not success. He is not successful at anything except for taking lives and ruining them. And literally taking lives, because he did that. He literally took lives. Ooh. And you call him successful. All of these talented people, he got rich for all the wrong reasons. Thank you. That's not Diddy's money. I don't care what you say about he had this line, he had Sean John, he had this, he had that. How did he acquire these things? By being a thug and a gangster and a bully, right? Okay, all this talent that Diddy had that came through his hands, that they could have made great money, they could have been long lasting in the industry, and they could have brought him good money too, because he already was running shady, or what was actually more standard in the industry, like he owns your publishing, so he already was gonna get paid off the top more than the artist anyway. So let's say B total 112. I mean, Carl Thomas. We just think about Black Rob, Craig Mack, all of these talented, super talented people that we're pretty sure would have had a lengthy career in the industry. The longer their career, the more popular they are, the more they sell. Over time, they become pretty much invaluable. And when they get older and, they start making all these renditions of their music and going on tour, and then they retire and they become older, that's when they're really, really worth something. And he would always get paid off that either way. But he did not want them to shine. He didn't want them to be a star. He didn't want them to eat. He just wanted to eat. And he had to have it. He had to have it all. He had to have it now. And he had to destroy anything that he felt like could outshine him and was his competition. And somebody who feel like he got to have your woman, like a Drake. He got to have your woman. When he pretty much can have, a very large pick. I'm not gonna say stuff like he can have any woman he want to, because somebody like Diddy could never have me. Okay, and rent is due. Okay, so everybody don't roll like that. He would never touch me. All right. However, there's plenty that will do at his beck and call, but he bullied people, men and women, into giving him what he wanted of them, of their selves, their bodies, and their whole careers. He was a destroyer. He was a thief. He was a Debo. Diddy is not successful at anything except for being a horrible person. That money came from everybody he stole from. That money came from everybody he stole from. Did it not? Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Somebody came on here and said, something I learned from the Diddy documentary. I guess he trying to start a trend. He said, you go. Okay? He said, you go. And so what he said he learned was that Biggie Smalls paid for his own funeral. Excuse me, why are we like this? Why are my people, I'm going to put you in quotations because I'm not really claiming you, but you know, my people, our people, why are we like this? Huh? We knew Biggie Smalls paid for his own funeral. First of all, we knew he deleted Tupac and Biggie. We knew that. That was just as clear. There was no doubt in a lot of our minds that this happened. Just even alone from knowing who this fool is, okay? He want to have you his way first. Then he want to destroy you, especially if you are talented and you have enough potential to outshine him and bypass him. And Tupac and Biggie definitely had that. He didn't even wait. He didn't even let them have Tupac and Biggie's music would have been like a Prince or a Michael Jackson's music in value today, you know, if they had a long career, because that's just how, although I don't like comparing them because I think Biggie can't hold a candle to Tupac. I don't like Biggie. I think Biggie was one of Diddy's, little sex buddies, and he was a sick individual. His music told me that. I can't listen to his music. It's trash and it's quite disturbing. So why am I going to try to give him some props? That dude had one album, and then the second album came out when he passed away. Now, Tupac was taken out. First, he was shot. And he said Biggie and Diddy has something to do with him getting shot. Nobody didn't want to believe him. They tried to say he was tripping. He was crazy. Nobody wanted to believe him. Said he should be held accountable for Pac and Biggie. He should. Do you think that's going to happen? That dude got, 4 years to serve? And he done, serve half already? 4 years. That's how that went. So they really didn't want to give Diddy no time. They still want to use them. They going to put them back out here, and they're going to continue to use them. They just wanted to humble him. They wanted to humble him. P. Diddy? They wanted to humble him. So that was his humbling, exposing all the stuff about him that people, he didn't want people to know. And just kind of breaking up the things that he had going on, how he had it made, how he had it set up. And then sit him down for a little while and make him realize, oh, I can make you sit. Even if it's just for 4 years, I can make you sit. I can disrupt your shit. So when he come out, he's going to know and understand that he ain't moving for himself no more. He ain't working for himself no more. He moving and working for whomever it is that sat him down. That's it. But they don't want to make him, hold him. Listen, if they wanted to hold him accountable for Biggie and Tupac's passing, they would have. Now, look at how long it's been. 1996 was the year. 1996. I had a child that year. He's a whole grown man. He got children of his own, 3. That was a long time ago, and all they did was go back and forth with who Tupac, who Biggie. That's all we had off that. That's all we had. And if you won't sit up here and make me believe that they could not solve these high profile deletings with all these people involved in the industry, absolutely. They know exactly who did it, and they know why. Was he given permission? Did he even need permission? Probably so, because there's no way I'm gonna believe that only Diddy was profiting off of, these artists, and especially Tupac and a Biggie, right? So did he delete them with permission? Probably, because he was able to continue and become who he was. Now, for this guy to say, I found out that Biggie paid for his own funeral. First of all, sir, you do sound dumb, because when people come in the comments and say, yeah, that's called having insurance, it is. The ideal way that we're taught as Americans, thank y'all for hitting the like button, is for people to have burial insurance with a little something, something on the top, right? And that means you are burying yourself, to write your will, put your wishes down, and all that. So that is supposed to be the norm for people, for Americans. So saying that in it by itself just is like, what did you say? Okay. So what he means by that is that Biggie Smalls' money was used to bury him. You just learning that through this documentary from 50 Cent? And shout out to 50, because people mad at 50. I ain't mad at him. I like his pettiness, and I understand it. You know why? I'm the type of person, I do read and research. I read and research. So I understand that there was a lot that went on in the industry. And I understand that 50 Cent went through a lot, and he persevered. He did. And we don't have a bunch of people coming out about 50 now. We got tales here and there, his baby mama, all that stuff. And not saying that any of that is good. What I'm saying is we don't have all these stories. So it's safe to assume that he ain't getting down like that. He's not out here destroying people like that. However, he does have an axe to grind with a lot of people in the industry, and to me, it's rightfully so. Just like when he was going at it with Ja Rule, and what's the one that just passed? Irv Gotti. Ooh, my necks. I need a massage, y'all. Um, that was legit. Y'all know people was trying to take 50 out. He came out, 50 came out with a song, How to Rob. I can't remember how it goes. I can't remember what it was about. Because why would I listen to a song called How to Rob? So I may have heard it one time. I gotta go back and check it out, because all I know is that the rap industry was very upset with 50 about that song. So maybe he was telling what they do. I don't know. I gotta go back and listen to it, but I know that caused a lot of problems. And he been going through it and going through it. And when people feel like they don't like the way you moving, and you ain't on their code, and you ain't sucking up and following to their rules or whatnot, they want to take you out. And so 50 went through a lot of that. He lost his mama to crack, just like I did, and that was traumatizing in of itself. But him getting shot 9 times, just like Tupac got shot. Tupac said Biggie and Diddy had something to do with it, and people didn't believe him. I believed him. First of all, I've always been a Tupac fan, real bad. So I'm understanding that he not gonna say this with such conviction if he does not believe it, if he does not know that it's true. We aren't involved with these people like that. We don't live in their world, and we sure wasn't there that night. We don't know as much as Tupac knows. If that dude say, I know they had something to do with what happened to me, likely they did. I remember Mace. Was it Mace? Um, I don't necessarily think it was Biggie. I just think it was Diddy. See, I have to recall his name because I don't ever do Diddy, right? Um, I believe it was upstairs. Somebody invited Tupac. And then May said, Tupac is downstairs. Biggie said, go get him. Okay, I guess he needed to be got. I guess you got to unlock doors along the way to let him in. I don't know why he would need to go get him. But that's what he said. That's what he was trying to do. Now, May said, I think he said he saw the dudes. And they pulled out on him and they said, go back upstairs. Now, did he say anything when he went back upstairs? I don't recall that part. I hope it's in the documentary. I hope he's talking in the documentary. And maybe he can elaborate on that. But that means that Tupac was lured there and they was trying to take him out then. This dude gets shot however many times he got, 5 shots, and they're trying to take him out and he not supposed to yell about who did it and have an attitude and have a problem about it. People just didn't take that seriously, and I'm just like, this dude, you think he lying about who set him up? You think he just randomly picked somebody? You think just for no reason he gonna single out these two and say they had something to do with it? He not that, Tupac ain't that slow. He ain't that simple minded or that petty to just be like, well, one of these here had something to do with it. And I'm gonna say, I think it was probably Biggie and P Diddy. Not that, no, he that's, and then to be on it with such conviction, to be on it, nobody listens. So Diddy just got to keep doing what he was doing in all these years. He done caused all this havoc on people. Even the little stuff that you guys were allowed to hear about him during this time, that not to mention the stuff that's already been out in the community, in the streets, but you hear all of these things come out about him, and people still, mostly black men, have the nerve to be out here trying to cop for Diddy. Some of y'all mad that he even only got 4 years. So Diddy wants to try to stop Netflix from putting out a lot of that stuff, because he says that he have a right to. Well, dude, you should have paid for it. You so busy trying to get off and get over on people. I don't know who slipped up where on that one. Okay, because somebody like him, you gotta have your I's dotted and your T's crossed so you can continue to do the things you do and make sure that it's covered. Like, you ain't gonna snitch, nobody gonna do nothing to me. I'm the man. So how do you arrange to have these things recorded and then you don't follow through with making sure you secure that, making sure it can't be put out? You just thought it was just going, he was gonna hold it down and then you deal with it later when you get out and stuff because you traumatized now because you in jail. Okay, well, your loss, sir. You should have handled your business. Maybe he was trying to get over on people and just felt like he was gonna end up taking it, have his goons take it or something. I don't know what his thoughts were, but you should have secured the info. Now they say Diddy said it wasn't for the documentary, it was for other purposes. You know what that tells me? Just like all these tapes and all these recordings of his wrongdoings and his crimes and stuff, Diddy wanted to keep that for himself, because I think he probably would have put together his own little personal documentary for his own personal viewing, because why else would he be recording something like that? Why else? And it wasn't to show nobody in the public. That was never the intentions. So I'm pretty sure it was for his, to add to his collection so he can go back and sit back and look and be like, look at me beating the system, look at me getting through this. No matter how they try to get me, they finally came for me, and now look at how I did it, look at how I got my way out of this. So he can just sit there and admire himself, and I guess get some baby oil and stroke. I don't know. But for you guys, to be running around here talking about 50 just mad, he's hating, they have a beef, and he's trying to hold a black man down. Now, I heard 50 Cent say in an interview that, yeah, we know about the shopping. We know he said he wanted to take 50 shopping. 50's talked about that over the years. He went on the Breakfast Club, talked about it. It was memes going around. He talked about it. So we already knew that story. And it's funny every time you hear 50 tell it. He's great at these things, right? Yes, he would have an issue with P. Diddy about that. However, I can be offended as a dude that you came at me like that, that you tried it with me. However, I understand that you trying it with every dude. And most of them, they end up doing it. You end up forcing them, blackmailing them, making them do it, but they end up doing it. So you used to get in your way. So you want to conquer everybody. I get it. 50 Cent said it wasn't that personal. Thank you so much. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate that. Thank you. And y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. And hey, share it out. Comment in the chat. Comment under the video. That helps my channel out. But it's deeper than that. 50 Cent himself said that he wanted to make it loud and clear that the rap community is not okay with that. And I don't want that to be overshadowed by all of y'all saying, damn, why he had to do it. He turned down another black man. Damn, Dad, shut your... Bow with that. Bow with that. Let's say this to Dame Dash, because you might be getting old and see now the way you be acting. Sir, don't be a hypocrite. Don't be a hypocrite, because you can't say nothing about 50 unless you can go back and erase all the junk you've been doing. You ain't been doing nothing but trying to tear black men down all these years. You can't seem to move on with your life because you stuck like Chuck on who didn't do what by you and how you didn't get to thrive like you feel like you should have throve. And all due fairness, Dame had a certain category that was befitting for him, and he was hi, how you doing? He was talented in, he was good at, he was like another Diddy. He was not meant to be the talent, but he was very good at finding talent, and he had the resources to, help them improve in certain ways, get them good business advice to help them grow, put on Kanye West, many others from Dame Dash. The business he started and stuff, we all know Dame's story, and his documentaries out about him. And was he great? Did he have potential to be long-term great and all that? Yes. But Dame Dash should understand, and this is my opinion, that he failed himself. He failed himself in ways that I probably don't know about. I can speculate, but that's all that would be. But I think that there were some other reasons also why Dame Dash just not, nobody pressed the button for him to go forward. He did not get approval. And so that was going to be it for him regardless. However, he has to be responsible for moves that he made along the way that has hurt him more than help him. A lot of that has to do with his personality, the type of person he is, his inability to get proper therapy and grow as a person so he can make better business decisions while he out here always talking about business and trying to advise people. But he has been the one prohibiting him from being as successful as he could have been still, regardless of how that went with Rockefeller, how it went with Jay-Z, how it went with so-and-so and so-and-so. And to be bitter still, because Jay-Z didn't continue partnership with you, is ludicrous. People have a right to move on. They have a right to grow. They have a right to blah, blah, blah. And sometimes it's a season, right? it's just a season while you are with someone, while someone is in your life. And if he saw this opportunity as a tool along the way on his travels, his journey, every individual has a right to have their own journeys and travels. So if he felt like, okay, this is as far as I need to go here, this is as far as I can go here, this is as far as I want to go here, and I want to be more, and I see it, and this is my path that I'm taking, is my blueprint, and it doesn't involve you, then that's what it is. That's what it is. And what you do with that is find your way, follow your path, and not be just kind of stuck. You know how they say when children are violated in their youth, they sometimes get stuck right there at that age. And so you grow, your body grow, you grow in age, but you still trauma bonded to where you were in your life there. And I feel like Dane was just trauma bonded and stuck right there to where he felt like, cause of this, cause of that, cause of this, cause of that. It happens to all of us, bro. Everybody can come on here and just do story time and go all day long about this time I could have made it. But then this obstacle came and it caused a monkey wrench. Okay, so now I'm back at it again. I'm going this route. And then I hit this doggone castor oil. This castor oil just was in my way. And I'm like, I gotta get the castor oil out of my way. The castor oil is in my way. The castor oil was like, I'm not moving. And I'm like, I gotta get the castor oil out of my way. Can we get the castor oil out of my way? And I couldn't get the castor oil out of my way. And the castor oil was, reign supreme in that. I ain't thinking about that castor oil no more. I'm figuring something else out, and I'm just gonna keep going because my focus on what I need to do. Dan Dash wasn't like that. He did all of this, but he didn't do enough inner work. He didn't do enough fixing his own traumas. He did not do enough growing. Instead, he found devices like alcohol, and I think he has serious depression issues. And when that can hold you back, that can hold you down and get you stuck. But you have to be able to acknowledge it. That's why, for me, the thing is, okay, this clearly is not how I wanted it to go. This is not good. I can't control the castor oil, clearly, right? Because that's where it wants to be. I can't control this glass of water. It's like, bro, this is my spot. Okay, I'm gonna be right here, and I'm gonna be water just right here. And I'm like, but I got a soul. I need you to move. I don't want to knock you over. You can't spill on anything, none of that. And this water is like super glued right here. It's just not moving. It's done set up shop right there. I can't do nothing about that. Okay, am I just not gonna solve? Shit, I'm gonna figure some kind of way to make my space for what I need. And if you get some fur dropped in there, then that's just gonna be what it is. See who gonna want to drink your ass after that. But I don't got nothing. Hey, by the time I'm halfway through my project, I want water. I ain't even think about no water. I know castor oil no more. Not damn. He stayed stuck. And then he come on here and he showed it to us, right? All he want to talk about is what? Them other men. Them other men. They say, I don't talk about other men business. Men don't talk about other men. That's Paul's. But again, this is the same dude that says Paul's. All he has done is talk about other men. I'm not lying, right? The song was called Ghetto Quran. Oh. So where did I get How to Rob from? Maybe that's what it was kind of about. I don't know. I'm good. I'm gonna look it up after this live because I'm really curious now. But thank you, Ghetto Quran. Okay, that sounds familiar too. I wish I could remember the lyric. Hey, I got another device over here. I'm gonna look it up real quick. So I want to play this right here because I just made me a little playlist this morning. Because I said tonight I'm gonna watch the documentary. They say it's 4 episodes. All episodes are up. You don't have to wait till next week. You can just watch it and boom. So I said, okay. So I'm gonna get right. Y'all hit that Cash App because I'm gonna give me some popcorn and Calypso. That's what I like. So. And I'm just gonna sit here and be ready. I got the big screen right here and all that, and I'm gonna watch it. And In the meantime, I want to hear what y'all gonna say, because I feel like if I'm gonna put my energy into it, because for me, you didn't have to tell me nothing else. Okay, I already didn't like him. I already believed since the 2000s. I was firm that he was responsible for what happened to Tupac and for what happened to Biggie. I've said this time and time again myself. I've said over and over again throughout the years, I cannot stand the shit y'all do. I cannot believe that y'all sitting up here fucking with Diddy like that. Giving him props, giving him praise, helping him just go on. And you watching him take soul after soul, crush group after group, artist after artist, and he gets to keep and profit off of everything that they've done. So many of them didn't even get to make it really anywhere, although none of them did, because they would not do the shit he wanted them to do, like Aubrey, you know? Like Aubrey. But to have so much power and the desire, and to actually have so many people that you will control their lives. You will say, I know you don't want to do this. Okay, you don't want to do this deed, because whatever you do is on you all day. And Diddy can come over here and be like, I want you to go punch her in the face. And I'm like, I don't got no issue with her. I don't want to punch her in the face. I just don't see a need to be punching nobody in the face. So if I punch somebody in the face, let it be because I made that choice, and I'm gonna eat that. I'm gonna take that. Whatever punishments maybe for that, I'm gonna eat that. But now I got to eat some shit, probably literally, that is because you wanted me to do it. Nah, bro. He ain't created nobody. That's our creator. Okay, Diddy ain't created nobody. So he ain't got that kind of pull as far as I'm concerned. Whatever your powers do, I will never be afraid to take it. Take it. Going through that now. I've been going through it for years. Take it. Take it. And you see, I will never fold. And when you bold enough, show up in my face and come try to take me, literally yourself, and I will control that too. I will. Because I say, and if I say no, you won't get this. You won't get this. The only thing I can't control is you getting my body after I'm deceased. And honestly, I'm gonna try to control that shit too. I am. But that's about all your ass gonna get. So people made decisions that they felt like made sense. I'm gonna take this on because you told me to do that. And when you got money and power like that, and you can literally make it so motherfuckers can't eat, they'll do your shit. And it's like, all these Bibles y'all got, you got a Quran, you got this Bible, that Bible, this Bible. Don't they tell y'all in them Bibles and in church, when you went to church, that these are the times you're gonna go through? It don't say that. And it say don't do it. But you're gonna be put through these situations. You're gonna have these tests upon you, and you're gonna be tempted, persuaded, blackmailed. You're gonna be hungry. You're gonna go through it. Because they're gonna be determined to get you to do what they want you to do. And you're supposed to not do it. So y'all just wanna do it and shit. And just your option to look at was that, oh, I ain't gonna be able to eat. I ain't gonna be successful in my field where I'm supposed to be at, and all that kind of stuff. Okay, do it. And when you come on here crying later, I can say, oh, that's sad. It's unfortunate that happened to you, but I don't really got nothing else for you. Yes, that person should be held accountable. But as far as you, I mean, bro, you made a decision. Regardless of what you're saying, because people go through that. It doesn't matter that you're in that industry or you're on that level. It don't matter what level. People go through that every day, B. Okay? I don't know how Cameron's character was in freaking it said Ghetto Quran. Let me look it up. So while I'm doing that, let me press play, because I made my playlist, like I said, and I said, let me listen to what the streets is saying, these internet streets, about the documentary. And then I saw a bunch of white people talking about it. Now, I will give y'all this. Come on, heat. It's cold. I got my little, I got this heat wrap. It's like it's not a blanket, but it's like this thing you put. You wrap it around you like a little shawl or jacket or whatever. You can even snap it right here. I had that stuck on my legs just a minute ago. So you put it on. I'm anemic, y'all, so I be cold and my iron is low and all that. I don't got my blood cells, everything. So I'm pretty much a dead chick talking. Facts. So you take it, and then it got some straps. It's like a leisure blanket. I just turned it on. I turned it on, and you can program it and go up to 150 degrees, and then you gotta put it on for 30, 60, or 90 minutes. And it's by Bellafue. I got a couple of them. I had them to do like reviews on them years ago, and then it's got like ties. You can wrap it around your waist. So the whole thing is like a little jacket or whatever with no sleeves, and it warms you. But I need a blanket to go over my legs because I got to get warm. So I'm gonna play this dude while I'm looking up this song, and this happened to be on my playlist. I don't really know this platform. I'll tell you who it is in a second. But it's two fat guys. You know, they obese and shit. Look nasty and shit. And they sitting up there and they talking. I guess they supposed to be somebody. They talk about hip hop or whatever. And, you know, dude was like, hey, how you feel about the Diddy documentary? And he started talking like Dame Dash. And I said, that shit. This is how y'all think. And you say this shit as a grown-ass man sitting there and you think that this shit is okay. I wish they would investigate y'all. Because I wonder. I mean, your creators already taking care of that. But I'm just wondering, like, what the hell you been doing with your life? What kind of strange things that y'all do, inappropriate things that y'all do, terrible things that y'all do to people, and it be mainly women and children, don't it? That you just, it's terrible, but you think it's okay. You give yourself a pass because men think they can do that. And y'all, we gonna do some sewing today, okay? You see this fur bucket hat right here? And you see my hats back there. So I got a couple of more cuts to make. So if you've been following along, you know that we doing hats. We making hats. So I'm gonna be making some more of these fur hats and different kind of bucket hats and just different kind of Gatsby hats. I'm gonna do fedora hats. I'm gonna do any kind of hat you think of. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. So today I'm gonna bring y'all along and some of these cuts and different styles and different fabrics and things that I have already put together for this session. We're gonna do it, and I am gonna be making a couple of fur hats and some fleece hats and, you know, some stiff bucket hats and some this and some that, and the varieties can just be whatever you want to do. So this guy comes on here and he starts talking about what happened to Weinstein. We ain't got no documentaries on that. This y'all response to the documentary? He said he not even gonna watch it. He said he ain't gonna watch it. Let's see. And basically, from what I'm hearing, you know, Diddy's team has called some British Custody documentary saying that it was illegal. Oh, the song got 50 shot. Am I from? It appears to be shot by a videographer hired by Combs capturing Bobby in his New York City hotel room on the phone. I mean, am I Hindu? Mark Agnifilo. So really, what they're saying is that, you know, some of this footage that they do have. Hare Krishna. You know, the
the trial and what was about to happen in the investigation. That footage wasn't even supposed to be out. It's been leaked, and now it's in the documentary.
I don't read the Bible. I read the Bhagavad Gita.
Against what 50 is doing.
Bhagavad Gita.
What are your thoughts on all of this so far? Because you're gonna be watching.
Oh, you like my Krishna statue anyway? I did a lot of the embellishments on it because some people had broke it and they thought that was okay, so I had to fix it. So I added embellishments. So look at the glitter.
I'm tired of Curtis's. You know, I think that we already have enough, black on black crime out here, black on black crime. Where were the documentaries about Harvey Weinstein coming for 50? Where are the documentaries, just for the other side? I was saying this same thing about Gail and Oprah. When you're going after R. Kelly, you're going after Michael Jackson, you're going after Kobe Bryant. When Michael Jackson was dead, Michael actually gave Oprah her first.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Never
He asked him how. Didn't get some water real quick. And I talked down on you, didn't I? It's all love, baby. I'm thankful. I'm thankful for this hydration and this nourishment that I'm going to get from this nice filtered water that I've added some Celtic salt to. These are good vibes. Nothing but good vibes with me in this water. You got to speak positively over your water. And I kind of used it a little bit. So he bringing up Gail and Oprah and Michael Jackson and Kobe Bryant. Did he say Kobe Bryant? Kobe Bryant. Oprah? Okay, Oprah. She did do a piece on him, didn't she? Well, it was about the affair he had, because that was pretty much Kobe's only controversy, right? Okay. The affair he had on his wife. And the young lady tried to say it was RAPE, which he was not convicted of it, so we can never say he was guilty, although y'all do OJ like that. But I don't think he did. I think she gave it up and then tried it. But it doesn't matter. He wasn't found guilty, so that went past. However, it was still the fact that he was, hooking up with her or whatever. He was being inappropriate. He had an affair on his wife. That's a big deal, okay? So he did what he could do in that situation. He could have chose a different route. He could have said, I don't know this woman. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. I don't know that woman. And he could have tried to ride that horse and ride that horse and ride that horse. But he said, I'm going to tell my wife what the truth is, make it right with her, and come out here and speak up as a man and blah, blah, blah. Outside of never doing it, that's the best we could have got from Kobe. We do wrong, then you got other choices to make. You got to figure out how you're going to deal with it. And then you grow and you learn and you move on. And Kobe did that. But he did that. So the documentary or the talking about it was fair. It was Kobe Bryant. It was a big deal. So I don't know why he bringing that up. Who else did he bring up? Oh, the Michael Jackson situation. Now, that was very controversial. I will have to agree with him on that one. Although, still, the question was, how do you feel about a 50 documentary on Diddy, and are you going to watch it? So, he bringing up other shit. That's something y'all do that is fucking wrong. Then he says, why 50 ain't doing no documentary on Weinstein? First of all, who said he hadn't thought about it? Who said he won't? But in any case, why are you even asking that question? 50 ain't concerned about that shit. His concern was about something that he personally is in that circle. This is of his culture, from his people, in his genre, his workforce, his category, whatever. I miss my words, the words I need. But whatever he does for a profession, he's pretty much directly involved. Oh, and don't forget his baby's mother. Okay, I hate that. His son's mother, because that's a whole big child. His son's mother was involved in this. I don't even understand how we can question 50 after that. Now, other questions I'm pretty sure people are going to discuss. Didn't like the song he did with Nas. Who, 50 or P. Diddy? Which one? Because I have to look that one up too because I don't know too much of Nas stuff. I just never really been a fan of Nas. He got some stuff that I'm okay with, and he got some stuff that I actually like, but I ain't feeling Nas. I don't really think Nas is that good. I To me, sometimes I think that y'all be saying people good because that's like what everybody else is saying. So Ghetto Karai. And then in quote it says forgive me. So I gotta find the lyrics because everything is pointing to a video. Okay, here we go. Some lyrics. All right, the Ghetto Quran. You said that's what got him shot. I kind of thought that that's what led to him getting shot. Okay, South Side. Now, what y'all know about the Dirty South? Um, Without being able to hear it, I'm not sure how it goes. Let me see. I don't want to get a copyright. Why are we at Amazon, bro? Get the fuck. I don't. That's not what I came for. It wants to play through Amazon Music. Okay, I'm not gonna risk it anyway because I'm pretty sure he owns the rights and everything, and I done got enough of that. So Amazon don't want to take me back where I was. Let me go back. I just want to see some of the lyrics real quick. What's going on here? Hi, how are you? Hit the like button. Okay, Dirty South one time. Lord, forgive me for I've sinned over and over again just to stay. Okay, I'm reading lyrics from Ghetto Quran. Nothing I'm saying applies to myself. These are not my own words or thoughts, and I do not claim anything being said here. Okay. Over and over again, just to stay on top, I recall memories filled with sin over and over again, over and over again, and again. And yo, when you hear the talk of the South Side, you hear the talk of the team. You see Fear Prince and Respected Preem. For all of you slow MFers, I'm going to break it down illa. See, Preem was the businessman and Prince was the... Prince who? Was the what? Pow pow? Like, Prince who? It's a rapper named Prince I don't know about. Remember he used to push the bulletproof BM? His hair all get you seasick, and I sat back and peep shit. They roll with EZ wider than they ain't get blunted. Had the whole projects working for 50 on 500. As a youth, all I ever did was sell CRACK. I used to idolize cats. Hurt me to my heart to hear that nigga snitched on Papoose. How he go out like that? Rumors in the hood was just snitching. I ain't believe that PA. Okay, I'm reading from Genius. I thought Genius was like damn near 100% accurate. I'm not sure what's happening here, so it sounds weird. He helped me cop my first GSXR. Okay, I know that one. That's a car. Had the 4Runner, the Z, the 5 and the 3. I used to drive his truck through the hood, dragging jet skis from Gerald Wallace to Baby Wise. Don't be surprised of how freely I throw out the names of guys who dealt with pies like LA and Wise. L got shot in the neck by who? Who? Who 50? Is he gonna tell it? Probably not. So then he told his connect, them niggas who got shot got them for 10 bricks. Effing Dominicans turned around and gave them more bricks. So I guess he telling some stuff that happened because I don't know what the heck he talking about. I don't. It don't sound like a good song. So it sounds like he really telling people business. And man, I guess that's why they were mad at him. Lord, forgive me for I sin over and over again. And just to stay on top, I recall memories filled with sin over and over again and again and again and again. All right, so that first verse is just a dose of the shit that I'm on. Consider this the first chapter in the ghetto's Quran. I know of a lot of N words that get dough like Benny and Joe. Joe Crack and Prince and Righteous from Hillside with the mole on his nose. Throughout my struggles in the hood, I started learning life is a bee with a pretty face. But she burning, man. I'ma get cheese like Chaz, then run through whips like cigar, gamble all the time like Country Curly, Head Prince, and Tata. Poo poo under pressure too. They know what they facing. Go against crews like Bebo and like Peppy Mason. A lot of N words. I know, being corrupted since birth. Types to rob nuns for fun. That's not nice. For everything they're worth. I know some cats that held down a whole complex. Well, he said complexes, plural. Like Corley Wall together. In words stand and divided they fall. Round here shook in words. They keep it in motion. I need to hear this because I don't know how it would go. It just sounds like it's whack. So come around here with your rollie. You could get robbed like Ocean, Lord knows. Man, everybody robbed. Back in where I'm from, run it. You know, they pull up on you and be like, run it. Okay. J. Cole put that in his song. That's because that's how they used to get down. It was very commonplace. So, you know, we're from the same place. Lord knows, Tommy had loyalty and stole helicopters, Rolls Royces with Louis Vuitton. Interior might sound like I'm fantasizing, but son, I'm dead serious. Montana was no dummy. He brought business to wash the money. Okay, now we talking some. Okay, had money out the ass. He politic like the Asians. Feds couldn't, if you don't stop popping that up on here, that ad. Feds couldn't catch him dirty, so he is settled for tax evasion. Okay, so now he's telling people business. Before, to me, it just seemed like, okay, Lord forgive me for I sin over and over again. I recall memories filled with sin over and over again, in my Nelly voice. Yo, rest in peace to Rich and Ron. Money was what they was all about. Yo, the twins from Queens, but got crazy cream with Alpo. Throughout my time, I heard tales of Henny, Frenchie, Jamaican, Paulie, Ducky, Corley, Ronnie, Bumps, and Chick. Shit, a lot of niggas flow the way I flow, but ain't been in the game all their life, so they don't know what I know, who I know. He said who I know. Writing rhymes is the best way to express how I feel. If I ain't rich by 26, I'll be dead or in jail. Coming up, I heard sipping too much booze will leave you confused. And if you watch the news, you see players in this game. I'm forgetting Lefty and Jazz, Pretty Tony and Lace had Luke Mel's son, Troy and E-Bags. In a conversation over shrimp and lobster at Benihana's, heard Chico stopped boxing and started robbing diners. And this is highlighted. For some reason, it's on Genius and it's highlighted. So maybe that was like the most controversial line in here. Do you still work out? Yep. I'll be doing that shortly. I'm gonna do one hat video after this, and then I'm gonna do my workout because I should have got it done earlier. But I was trying to get some other stuff done, like trying to, get this money in. No, it went crazy, but let me get some water. Trauma. So shout out to Clarence and Clutch, Bomb, Dre, Black Wheel. If the flow don't kill you, the Mac will. Okay, the chorus again. Stay on top. I recall memories filled with sin over and over again. I guess that's the end of it. I don't know, but that was See, that's what I'm talking about. We don't know nothing about all that. So when Pac come on here and be like, Puffy has something to do with me getting shot, motherfuckers ain't listen. When Pac got killed, and people said, a lot of people, including myself, we know Diddy did that shit. A lot of people didn't say nothing, but a lot of people, inside guys, they knew he did it. They knew. They know how he rolled. They know how he get down, and they know when he about to go for somebody, and they know that they knew that he could not allow Pac to have a successful career. Think about it. These dudes was they was in their 20s. They were young, and Pac was amazing, and he was able to understand that he had to really, really hustle to build his legacy. And he put out a lot of, I'm talking about crazy music, so much music coming out after he passed. People saying Pac's still alive. He just put out an album, and Biggie was not moving as much on his own or out of the same type of desperation, in my opinion, as Tupac, and he had Diddy over him. And so he only got that one album, then he got that other album, and him and Pac was kind of neck and neck at the same time because I know Pac had got started a little earlier than Biggie, but everybody thought Biggie was the best thing since sliced bread, and he had Diddy on top of that to back him up. I just think he should have been. I guess he was big. I guess so. Me saying he should have been bigger than that, maybe that's not the right thing to say because he was super huge at that time. I think he just didn't live long enough. Maybe that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, because his career just was like I think it just could have went further before he passed. I think there was some issues between him and Diddy that caused him to kind of slow down for a second, and then other politics, like the car wreck, and I think he got shot one time. I don't know. That was a big ass dude, like big and ugly. But I don't like Biggie. I would never give him any honor. His lyrics was very disturbing to me, and it's like, where are you getting that from? Why are you talking like that? Why are you talking about um, uh, mm, violating children? Even Fat Joe never could stand his slimy self, and the song for Fat Joe, I could never turn back after that. When he talk about I'm break up in your house, rob you, take all your children, take them home, because I can't say it, and then bring them back to you. I shit like that. It never leaves my head, and I don't even listen to that nigga. I'm not from New York. I'm from down south, but out of it, the New York cats that I did listen to, it never was a freaking Fat Joe. I hear something like that. Even BDP, all this reputation he got for what? His lyrics was horrible as well. That 13 and good, boy, bye with that shit. Anywho, y'all know Diddy did that shit, and you still let that nigga rock. You let him live. Then Gene Deal want to come out and run his dick suckers and make dudes gossiping like girls famous, like telling shit. Listen, bodyguards talking the shit, running their mouth, telling shit. It's like you saw other ones doing it after that. Like they like, oh yeah, I can get a bag, bro. You're not supposed to talk. You a bodyguard. Bodyguards see all kind of stuff. So I can't hire a personal assistant. I can't hire a bodyguard because one day they might go tell my business because they can get a fat YouTube check or something, or somebody gonna pay them for an interview, or because somebody might have some real bread and be like, give me that intel, or for any reason. Like, where's the respect for yourself and your profession? When it comes to Gene Deal, None of that shit he had to say really impressed me, especially with all that vigor he was using with it. Cause it's like, nigga, shut the fuck up. You was there through all that. You was there the whole time. And these lies you saying about, oh, he never did that around me. And if I ever seen him put hands on Cassie, his favorite one, he slapped his mother one time. That's horrible. That's horrible. But you stay working for him, didn't you? Okay, shut the fuck up. Oh, I told him he better not never do that again. I better not never see you do that again. Boy, get the fuck. Maybe you did. Maybe you did, but it probably was more like, hey, please, please don't do that again. Please don't do that. We do not need that kind of trouble. That's your mama. Please don't do that again. Do not put me in that position. I don't know, whatever. But either way it go, all the stuff you seen him do and all the stuff he was there for, and knowing good and hell well, especially when you come on here and tell that story now, nigga, all that calling out he was doing, he called Choke, and who else he called? I remember this shit. Back when he first started talking, and I'm like, look at this bitch. He think he doing something? Nigga, shut the fuck up. Because you was there for all that. You participated, you did your shit, you made sure you did a good job, or you wouldn't have been there that long. So you just as guilty as they are. And you know Biggie was set up. You've known it the whole time. You just decided that now you're gonna tell us. I thought y'all loved Biggie though. Most of y'all be like, Biggie better than Pac. Bull fucking. Listen, we not gonna do that. Because it's not even worth it. It doesn't exist. Y'all just dumb. You're corny. You're corny. So, he knew the whole time Biggie was robbed, Biggie was set up. I mean, not robbed, but set up. Because every last one of us that had some sense back then, I see these bags under my eyes. I don't know, man. My iron is so freaking low right now. It's real. It's real. I'm pretty much depleted. Ugh, it's not good. But I guess I take an iron pill. See how that work. See if that help me out a little bit. But at this point, I need a blood transfusion, and I need an iron infusion. I'm gonna have to get some vitamin C in a second to go with this. But you telling us all this stuff now, and you talking about Biggie got shot and niggas had guns and he gonna tell me not to do this, not to do that. And I'm like, so you knew what it was. You knew what all that meant, because first of all, it's your job. Did y'all see Gene Deal at Blueface party the other day, and how he watching the bodyguards, he looking, he trying to see how they reacting, trying to scope them out, see how they reacting to the little incident or whatever with Nevia and Kalissa. I was like, Gene Deal, what the fuck is you doing? There ain't nobody hired you to be no bodyguard. Since your old decrepit hurting foot, you gonna have to lose weight, bro. You got too much weight on your body. But go sit down somewhere. Because it's like, then he tried to say Mace. I told Mace. I don't know if Mace told him, but I told Mace. Like, now you trying to put it on Mace? Mace was smart enough not to go. Everybody knew what that meant. Everybody knew Biggie didn't have no business being in L.A. right after the Tupac got killed and all that junk was going on with them at the time. Like, people think Kendrick and Drake, that was something. That was not nothing but some entertainment. That's all that was. It was that was cute what he said. That's what that was. That wasn't no hip hop beef. Let me hear somebody call it that again. See what's gonna happen. Okay, let me hear. Gene, you ain't do nothing to help Biggie save Biggie. You ain't tell Biggie, you ain't tell his mama nothing. You let him go to LA and get shot, killed by your boy, and you still work for that nigga.
People didn't realize that. Right. Broke her career. Michael wasn't even doing interviews at the time because he was so big. That's right. But he brought a black woman in to Never Neverland, let her do an interview.
Oprah.
The whole time he's alive, she has nothing to say about it. Time he dies, Then all of a sudden, you know, she did the famous show where she brought in all the victims of everything. Michael Jackson was the subject of everything. Okay. The black on black crime. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And
this is some bullshit. I can't respect you niggas. Listen, the man asked you, what do you think about the 50 Cent documentary on P. Diddy, and are you going to watch it? And you hear what he talking about, right? Okay. That's a cop out. It's corny. I can't even respect it. But hell, look at him. He's obese. So that already tell me right there not to take you seriously. But he going on ranting about this stuff, and yeah, Oprah was foul for that. Was she Oprah? And what? You act like we gonna be overly surprised? It's Oprah. We've seen Oprah this whole time. We didn't just meet Oprah when she did the Michael Jackson documentary. Be like, what? She's a black woman. Why is she doing this? How dare you? Who are you? Why are you doing this? We know exactly what Oprah was. And we knew who she worked for. All celebrities. Every last one of them. Okay? They do what they are told to fucking do. And when somebody get like P. Diddy and think that he do what he want to do, go sit down. Go sit down. So yeah, Oprah was foul for that. And in my opinion, somebody told her, okay, it's time for you to help ruin Michael Jackson's legacy, his reputation, you know. And maybe, I don't know if it was before they did what they did with his music or whatever, and all the things that he owned and everything like that. But I know that that also can give them leverage if any families have any ownership of anything, and be like, hey, you don't like this offer, at least we offering you something, shit, we just give you too. But I mean, his legacy is tarnished, it's trash, so it really ain't worth that much anymore, so blah blah blah, you know, or whatever moves they want to make. But that is their MO. We've known this since the beginning of time. You get in that game, you gonna play the game. You get in that game, you know how it go, and they're going to eventually destroy you, take all your shit. Okay, you're not gonna have no empire. You're not gonna have all this you leaving for your family. You're not gonna be done built all this. You're not gonna leave for them to be good and straight. They're gonna own it all, and they're gonna forever, or as long as they can, make money off of you. And because this is important, they are going to ruin your legacy. Okay, they are going to ruin your legacy. Nobody gets a pass. You're a black man. Nobody gets a pass. That's your future in this shit. That is your future, motherfucker. All right, and you sign up, and boom, there you go. Should Michael have known that? Should they have known that back then? Fuck yeah, they knew that shit. That's one of the reasons why Michael and Prince tried to do what they tried to do. They tried to say, hey, y'all, this is how this is going over here, okay? And it's going to be like that for you, and warning, 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 and all this. I commend them for that, because not too many people did that. But I'm pretty sure they felt like they couldn't do that. Now, did they try to put it in their music and stuff like that? Yes, they did. And a lot of that shit they do just like they do me or anybody else. We not gonna let that run through. You still ain't on our program? You still talking like that? You still trying to? Okay. All right, we're gonna start causing some shit to go down in your life. We're gonna start fucking your life up if they want you, until you come over here. So fuck this shit up. Eventually you gonna be like, I can't take it. I want to live like this. I don't. Da, 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 until you come on over here. They'll just take you out. Either way it go. We know Oprah that was her assignment. Get on it. She got them kids up there. They lied. Only for them to turn around and say, hey, you know, it's we were lying. Sorry, Michael, but you know, he's a good guy. All that damage that has been done already? Are you kidding me? Mm-mm. They got everything back from Michael that he honestly earned and brought. And they're still running false narratives on him to this day, just like they're trying to say he double crossed Sir Paul McCartney, right? By buying his catalog, and then he did it in a bully type way by saying, "Hey, I'm gonna buy your catalog now. Let me tell you something real quick. Since he want to talk about other shit, he want to talk about Mike. I'm gonna talk about it my way. Listen, if if Michael, well, we know he bought Sir Paul's shit, right? If he did that and he did it, he taunted him about it. He taunted him if he did because he knows that that is not Sir Paul McCartney. The dude that they're telling you is Paul McCartney. That is not Sir Paul. Too many of us know this. Okay? That is not Sir Paul. Now, could Paul afford it? No. Him and Yoko, no, whatever the hell her name was trying together to get it. They couldn't get it. They couldn't afford it. Michael could afford it. Would he have given it to Paul? I absolutely 1000% believe he would have given it to Paul. If you do your research on Michael, he returned to sender for a lot of our people. Okay? Why would he not give it to Paul? Say what you want, but I'm not giving it to Paul if that's not Sir Paul. Does that make sense? But y'all want to run with a narrative. Michael was a gangster. Michael betrayed Paul McCartney. Michael bought Paul McCartney's catalog and said, "Hey, your catalog for sale? Yeah. He was on his Charles and White shit? Yeah. I'm going to buy that shit, nigga. I'm going to buy your shit, nigga." No, no. Michael would have bought it so that it can be secured, first of all. And then he would have found a way, because that shit probably was one of his most expensive catalog purchases. He'd have found a way to return it to Sir Paul. That is not Sir Paul. Okay, ain't no stutter in here. That is not Sir Paul McCartney. Dummies. But you rather run with a narrative. That's what they do. That's their jobs. That was Oprah's job at the time. Fuck Oprah. We already know that. Why is he bringing this shit up? How is that relevant to this situation? See, you can't get with nothing. You can't fix nothing. You can't heal from nothing. You can't do anything about anything if you going to do stuff like that. If you going to say, well, so and so did this and they should have did that and blah, 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 and when they did, and why he didn't do this, why he didn't do that. If I say, did you bring my cheeseburger and my soda and my fries that I told you to bring when you came here? And you be like, I didn't bring the cheeseburger. But, did you massage my feet last night? And then, what about the other chick? Did she massage my neck last night? Like, focus, bro. We talking about the cheeseburger and fries that I ordered. That's what we trying to solve here. Now, you want to deal with that other stuff? We have different conversation, but you done took it somewhere else. You off subject now. We cannot deal with that because you want to talk about the massage you supposed to get last night. Why I'm not eating my cheeseburger right now?
I know there's gonna be a lot of people that they feed into drama. Our culture now has gotten to where the
It's his
loudest in the
excuse.
room. Everybody's trying to be the loudest in the room. You and I come from an era, like
I need some
in
iron.
American
What can I
Gangster,
eat in
the
there?
loudest in the
I can
room is
make
the
a
weakest in the room. But that's
seaweed wrap.
changed now. Everybody's trying to be the loudest in the room.
I need some
Get
meat,
views,
some
get
beef.
clicks, be cute out here. Niggas standing bow-legged. Everybody want to be bow-legged. You know what I'm saying? So to see this.
Everybody
To
want
see
to be
that
what?
50 going this far, to do a documentary. Okay, you don't like Diddy. There were some things that may have happened. There were some things I heard happen with Baby Mama.
I'll be back, y'all. I'm going to go put something on real quick.
Liquor companies and blackball and all that. I get it.
I'm going to turn around so
I
y'all can see what he's saying.
Business. Yeah. But, you know, when you have a man down, the man has been acquitted of the two most, you know, serious charges. Yeah. At the end of the day, when I reflected on the entire Diddy case, to me, it was just he's just a freak. You know, he's doing stuff that a lot of people have been doing out here. That Hollywood has been doing for years. That senators have
he was just a freak.
That even our president was accused of. Our president was accused of paying off, you know, a woman by the name of Stormy. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, to see that 50 would go, you know, the extra mile for another black man to do a whole entire documentary to feed to us, to perpetuate the same cycle over and over again, black on black crime. That's what I'm drawing the line. Now, I know there's going to be some that's going to come in, you know, because they like mess. They like drama. I put a post up.
That's whack. He corny. Hey, dude.
It kind of pertains to this right here. I was telling...
I don't know who this creature is, but you are corny. This shit you talking is corn, all the way corny. Okay? But I'm going to let you continue. Okay? I'm going to go in the kitchen real quick, y'all. I'm going to get something started. I'm making a seaweed wrap or something. Trying to throw in as many ingredients that have iron in it or whatever, because I feel like I'm about to, this stress about to take me all the way
my
out.
brothers and my sisters, and I'm talking to my sisters.
And hope I get something out of it.
You know what I'm saying? Catch a real player.
No.
The worst thing you can do is coming at
I don't be absorbing.
He lame. He broke. He a junkie. All this stuff. The one that you laid down in bed with. You're not gonna get a player like me. See that's for simps. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And in this situation right here, you know, there's a lot.
You a player, nigga? What that mean?
So what they want to do is they want to, you know, they gotta get right to the neck.
Cold as hell. I'm freezing my ass off, bro.
I gotta get the tea. They're worse than women.
Shit, I hate winter time.
I look at those as female traits. So that's why I know I will not be sitting. As much as it is my job to understand what is going on, I'm supposed to, you know, watch these type of documentaries. So when I come in here, I have an educated argument to you about it. But this is one of the times right here that I don't want to see it. You know, it was painful to watch. Even though R. Kelly was, you know, he was living wild. Yeah, he was doing a lot of things. But to sit there and see a black woman, you know, break him all the way down to the lowest, you know what I'm saying, common denominator. Not even coming from the other side. You know, our people get put up, you know, on in these positions to tear down another black person. You know what I'm saying? It's not, I draw the line at that. I ain't riding with it no more. I don't want to see the documentary. I'm sure people will tell me about the documentary. And as far as the footage being leaked, I'm sure the footage was leaked because there's always moles. That was took down, you know, MLK, Malcolm X. You know what I'm saying? Farrakhan has to watch his back right now because there's always our people that are jealous for one thing. They want that position that you in, and they'll get in there and record stuff on the DL on you. You have to watch what you say out here, Beehive. You know, leak stuff. So it's always being mysteriously leaked. Now they're being leaked from the other side. It's being leaked from niggas that look just like you and me, that sitting around you every day, laughing in your face, recording that thing, go selling it over there at 50. You understand what I'm saying? That's how this footage got out. You know, so I'm at the point now I'm just fed up with all of it. I don't care what 50 has to say about. I don't heard it already. How about this right here? How about we get 50? You give us an album. You know what I'm saying? This same mess when Meech got out of prison because he's taking pictures with Rick Ross. Now with 750, he's gonna get ready to drop a. He's canceling the BMF show, and he's gonna do a tell-all documentary. He's gonna get the woman Collins Tammy to come in and drop the bombshell on me. We never stop. We never stop. Let's make a documentary about some of the great black men that's out here.
Bro.
If you want to do a documentary, let's do a documentary on Beehive.
Freezing, yo.
Let's do that documentary. Let's do a documentary on, you know what I'm saying, saving the culture, pushing it forward. You know, put some black men up on a pedestal that's out here doing something, giving them an example for our young black folks to look up to. You got all this money and this power, and you're a fool if you use it to tear down the community. And that's just what I have to say about it. I know there'll be something going to be bad with me about it, but that's my stance on the big guy.
Well, now, I feel where you're coming from with that, Vic, and what you just said just kind of triggered me because this has been going on through my mind for a minute, and it was like, even
even with the music, you know, we seeing AI starting to try to creep in and take over. I got angry because the first AI song was coming out talking about I don't know how to love nobody because my daddy wasn't nowhere around. And I'm like, you know what, we need to stop the messages that we're putting out here and correct that because we need to make some stuff that's inspirational and aspirational. Give us something that we can aspire to be like. Give us something that can inspire us to do something more than, you know, we was doing before we watched the doggone documentary. You know, these shows and stuff, they impact us. Correct. In ways that folks don't even realize. Correct. I mean, if you would have seen a comeback story or an underdog story, correct, it's a story of somebody that got it out the mud, became millionaires, and folks that were really moving the culture forward, that kind of changes the culture in the real time that we're living in right now. Why do we not see people putting up money to do those kinds of things about black folks? Correct. You know, so that's kind of crazy. I'm thinking about that. And then as far as that footage, it's looking like, you know, giving this man doing his own thing. About his life and what was going on from his standpoint of, you know, the powers that be and the problems that he was facing during that time. But the shooter, yeah, man up on the blood. Correct. You know, so that was kind of crazy to me right there. For you to be sitting there with Diddy recording all of this stuff, and then you just hand it straight over to 50 and say, here you go, edit it how you want to edit it and put it out how you want to put it out. Correct. So, you know, that doesn't sit right with me, but then I'm thinking of what's really going on here. You know, that's one of those situations to me. What's really going on? Is it deeper than it looks? I mean, is everybody in on it? I will be watching the documentary because I want to see exactly how Diddy will be portrayed by his own people moving forward and what kind of, you know, jacket they're about to put on. I want to see exactly how bad we going to get with this. Is this going to be a cut and dry and true story, or is this going to be propaganda leading to one way or another way, you know? So that's why I'm at with it right there. I will probably be checking it out to see exactly what the hell is going on. Right. But I mean, for the people out there that's going through this stuff, watching it, it's like, my God, give us something to, you know, help us out. Right now, we're in one of the most trying times in history, all right? We got AI coming out of nowhere. We got the housing market going down. We got the job market, you know, crumbling as we speak. And you got no more DEI and everything else is going on. So we need solutions and answers right now. More than we need just some more bullshit. Correct.
Bitch. That woman. Except for being the same kind of trash that Diddy was. Being the same kind of trash that Diddy was. Oh, this is cold weather. It's cold weather, boy. Hit the like, y'all. Hit the like. We should probably go on Twitch, y'all. I might do a 24-hour or 74-hour stream or something like that.
Other content creators, we need to come together and figure out how to move the culture forward with this content that we're putting out and quit piling on more BS and adding to the confusion and to the problems.
Right. Well, it's like I said, it's the this generation of everybody wants to tea.
Yeah.
You know, and like I said, that tea stuff to me is just a feminine trait. You know, women want to sit around and gossip and talk about this and talk about that. Who was busting who out and who was doing this and who was doing that, and now you've got men that have got stuck with that. You know, men, you know, back in the day when all the women got together at the house and they sat on the porch and did the tea, you know, that was a time that we said, you know what, I can go to the bar and have some drinks and shoot some pool or something, or I can go watch the game. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But now the men are in there with the women with the tea. Spilling the tea. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's up to us to lead. Another thing too, big guy, you know, once you drop in these type of, you know, these black on black crimes, these black on black documentaries, for you know, mature minds like you and I, you can look at that documentary, and because you're looking from a lens of something that you're looking for. Yeah. Like you just said, I'm looking at this documentary to see how he's being portrayed. Exactly. You're going to take certain things out of it and say, you know what, no, that's a foul. Exactly. You know what, you know, hey, you know, this is a learning experience. Hey, boys and girls don't do this. You understand what I'm saying? Exactly. But for the young minds, for kids that are 15, 16, 17, 18 years old, all they're going to pull out this is the BS. Yeah. They're not going to see, they're not going to look at it from how you're looking at it. They're going to look at it, well, you know what I'm saying? My husband made millions, and you know what I'm saying? He was throwing parties, and you know, he was just, you know, maybe that's the blueprint I need to do. You know what I'm saying? Thugger was, you know, he made millions, and he ran a whole YSL, and they was out here, they were getting it. You know what I'm saying? That's what I need to do. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So all I'm saying is that's what the young mind thinks. The young mind is going to pull out the bull, and
so
attach it to the success. And say, this is the
like they're not gonna see how he had to fight. This guy is talking. He sat up here like he really preaching something, and this guy is co-signing him. And this is the mindset of a lot of males that, head of household and things like that, that are the old heads of the community, and that's sad. That is real sad. He's right in saying that, everybody want to do the tea now, and that, guys do tea now, and guys aren't really supposed to be doing tea and everything, but this is not tea. 50 did a interview about this, and he had his suit on, okay, because he was about business. And the lady who also, I guess, co-produced or wrote with him or however worked with him on the documentary, did interviews with him as well, and they explained why they did the documentary, what they want for people to get out of it, and the reasoning and all that. And he made it clear, and it's not that hard to explain. It's really not that hard. When 50 says, yeah, him trying to take me shopping and stuff, I ain't like that, that was foul. But he aired him out. Y'all, that's what people are missing. He didn't never stop airing him out. He never, and then they had not Jay-Z, but 50 Cent and P. Diddy went back and forth for years. So there's a lot of things that took place that some people know about, and there's some things that took place that we don't even know anything about. So they had their beef and everything like that. But 50 knew, just like a lot of people knew, the things that P. Diddy was doing, and it's not okay. It's not okay. And he is making a statement that, hey, he only got 4 years, and then we know that's trash. And people around here talking about, oh, he was just a freak. No, the shit he did was foul, and it's not okay. And these idiots right here that you're looking at and listening to, thank y'all for hitting the like button. These idiots fail to understand the importance of that. They are putting out a narrative that you should not discuss these things. You should not discuss what this guy did, what R. Kelly did, anybody did. Just keep that shit hush-hush and sweep it under the rug. Okay? It's no different than when you're hurting your family. Something's going on. Look at the Braxtons right now. If you've been following any of that controversy, they got Tamar and a couple of other ladies that have been sexually violated as a youth by family members. And we can only guess which family members they were, but they are traumatized by this as grown adults. Just like anybody, pretty much anybody who was traumatized. But what do families do? They are showing you. They are a prime example of what is typically done. We're not going to chastise this dude. We're not going to talk about it. We're not going to ostracize him. We're not going to hold him accountable. We're going to not tear a black community down. No, this is how you tear a black community down. By not dealing with the issue and allowing it to go on and allowing that person to stay in that position that they're in, that enables them to keep doing that. And you're causing trauma on other people that are their victims, and then they grow up to have a difficult life if they make it. Some people take their own lives. All of these things that are important, these guys are ignoring and bypassing and trying to give all this script and talk. This nigga ain't stopped talking since the beginning, and he barely talked about the document. I mean, he said he ain't gonna watch it. So when I say he haven't barely talked about it, he's been spending this time talking about all the reasons why people need to not talk about black men when they do something wrong, and they need to mind their business and not try to, get seen or be jealous or give the tea or gossip or, take a black man down and all that bullshit. This is that whack ass fat boy with your ugly ass. You are a disgrace. Complete and utter disgrace. Period.
One of the biggest rappers to ever live and the most successful rappers. Hey, most of the stuff that he did, every time I looked up, he going at me. She's going at this person. He's going at Rick Ross. He's going at this person right here. And he got money to show for it. So you know what? That's the blueprint for what I need to do. So you know what? I need to go at Behind Wick. If I'm jumping in the podcast game, I need to do what 50 do. I need to go at Wick. I need to go at Behind. And now that brings the culture down more. If not just y'all, I'm using us as an example. But people that's in our lane, that's trying to push it forward, now you're setting out the precedent. This is what needs to be done for you to be successful. You need to shoot down another black person to become successful. And that's the that I think a lot of people are going to take from this.
And I feel you. And in the same breath, man, I mean, you think about movies like The Pursuit of Happiness. I mean, that was extremely successful with Will Smith, but it was a story of a black man that was homeless trying to raise his son, and he wound up, becoming a millionaire, trader out here in these streets. Then you got an old school football movie like Rudy. I mean, Rudy never got a chance to play, but by the time he got down that field, he was raising Cain out there. Right. But when you watch these movies, they give you inspiration. They give you something to aspire to be like, man. And I think we got to do more of that moving forward, and we got to actually show people that kind of success behind that kind of content to try to, switch the paradigm back to something positive out here. People, hit them comments, man. Let us know how you feel about this. Will you be watching the Diddy documentary about 50? If so, let us know why. If not, let us know why. And what do you think can be done to make the content better out here, man? And do you also believe that there's an audience for positive content or uplifting content or inspirational content? Is there an audience for that? Because the easiest way to get money is through the rest. So I'm going to sit there right there for you. Be Hot Radio, shout it. Big Galaxy. Holla at y'all in a minute, man. We go.
Looks like Dad's getting socks for Christmas again.
This time, it's beige.
You need the new 340 GSM military-grade bearskin hoodie to get comfortable in the wild. It's the ultimate 10-pocket tactical hoodie that blocks wind, repels rain, and regulates heat for incredible comfort wherever you are. It's the only winter hoodie that's built for working, fishing, hunting, camping, or conquering foreign lands. Thousands of men around the world already love wearing the bearskin hoodie instead of their regular hoodies. With over 21,000 five-star reviews on Trustpilot. Plus, now you can attach the new Heavy Storm rain jacket to the inside of the hoodie for an instant 10,000 millimeter waterproof layer that blocks the rain double time. Finally, a functional hoodie you can actually take outside and customize to make it yours. You're seeing this video because we want to offer you 60% off the bearskin hoodie with fast and free delivery from our Kentucky warehouse. And you may not see this video again, so scan the QR code on the screen with your phone camera now to reserve your order. Or you can go to bearskin60.com to claim your discount. Need more storage? Get 5 secure zip pockets outside, 2 concealed zip pockets on the inside, and 3 fleece-lined drop pockets on the inside for your valuables. So, does the bearskin hoodie actually look good on a day-to-day basis? No, it looks fantastic. With the fully adjustable design, you'll get that perfect square profile that's never too bulky or baggy, with a customized fit that's tailored to you. That's why everybody knows that guys look better in a bearskin. This is a hoodie that you can take out in the wild, wear at home or in the office, or while climbing up a glacier on your hands and knees. So, if you're still watching this by now, you probably know that you need a bearskin. Go to bearskin60.com or scan the...
Okay, so, Diddy,
They always do that, y'all. Now, I was thinking about, just now, we can have a watch party, but I think most of y'all done watched it already. I don't have a Netflix subscription. Well, I do. Just not the kind that means I have to pay a bill every month. You understand me? You understand me? So, I have some more announcements to make, y'all. And I'm probably just going to come in a separate video and just do announcements. Because this video is long as is and it'll get lost. So, we just heard those two. I expressed myself along the way. Very clear on that. And there's too many people out there with that type of narrative. But let's hear what a couple other people are going to say about this situation.
Awakening first part, to me, beyondly insane. This was beyondly, that wasn't even the word, guys, but this is how crazy this documentary was, because this is only the first part. I didn't even know that the 3 other parts have dropped at the same time. But guys, I will be reviewing episode by episode. So this will be part 1 review for the first hour, and then I'll be doing the other reviews for the rest of the Netflix series. Let me know if you want to see it like that, episodic reviews, or if you want to see the next 3 episodes in just one big review. Please let me know in the comments below. But I thought, 4 parts, it's a lot to watch 4 hours of TV and then get into it. They open this up with Diddy. Sorry, but them calling him a paper gangster is killing me because it's so true. The man never grew up on the street. His mother obviously beat him but protected him from the street. The father was the one who obviously got taken out. And he knew how to fight through papers and wanted to climb and did everything and anything that he wanted to do with Andre and Clive Davis. This was really a foundation, the first part, to really display the life that he lived, especially when he was young, and also how he worked with Andre, how he was desperate to be with him and work for A&R, and then obviously worked with Jodeci, and then from that, Clive Davis, after things went wrong with the shooting, all of it. But this first clip that opens up where he is fighting basically with Mark and Novillo and basically discussing the fact that I'm going to end this phone call and the next time I phone you, you better find a solution, confirms to us, or confirms to me and validates a lot of things for me. Like most of you guys, I've been reporting about Diddy since the Cassie lawsuit. So we've been here discussing lawsuits. We've been here discussing, all of the bail denials this man was getting, the entire criminal trial. We've been through so much litigation, guys, when it comes to Diddy. We've come through so much. So when I saw him basically fighting and beefing with his lawyer, it made so much sense to me. This is why this man had so many bail applications. This was bail admissions. He wouldn't give up. This is how, because he was fighting with his lawyers. His lawyers didn't want to do this, but he was on the phone to Mark and Novillo and to the rest of them and talking about, if you don't find a solution for me, then, I'm going to be pissed off. I'm going to hang up the phone. Then you're going to find a solution. That's basically how he was throughout the entire trial. Constantly, which is why we were talking about Diddy throughout the criminal trial and prior with all of the bail stuff, because he was so resistant, he wanted to be free, and he was putting up a strong fight to his lawyers, constantly fighting with them. In other words, he's a very difficult client, and that clip of him in his hotel fighting with his lawyer basically confirmed that for me. He was very difficult to deal with. These clips were obviously something that Diddy filmed for his own documentary because he thought that he would overcome this, come out free, and then do the documentary and everybody would watch it. That's how his mind, works. Ego and narcissism up in the roof. And honestly, it's just ridiculous. Now, I do want to talk about something that happened, very minor, but, I didn't say anything about it at the time because I was told not to. But I was outside the courtroom. I remember this day. And I think it was the day that Diddy was, I don't know what day it was, Charles, because there were so many days of Diddy. I think it was the day of the verdict or something like that. It was so much frenzy outside. The verdict was announced and all of that. It was a day before the verdict. Sorry, it was the day when they weren't sure of the verdict. The verdict came back mixed, and the judge told them to go back and redeliver and relook into it. It was that day when they had reached the verdict, but they were unsure on some counts. And there was so much frenzy outside, so much frenzy. And somebody looks at me and they're walking up to me. I was live, and he looked at me. He's like, he mimics. Oh, you're live? He was like, don't show me on the live. I'm like, okay, cool. So I was like on the live, I had like 3,000 of you, love you, all around nation. And he looks at me and he's like, thank you. Or I like what you do. I've been watching your content. I'm watching what you do. I really fuck with that. I appreciate what you're talking about when it comes to the PDD stuff. Guys, this was Kirk Boris. He looked at me straight away and knew it was him. And he's like, I'm Kirk, etc. We need to talk. That's what he said to me. He was like, I'm glad I'm happy for you, what you're doing. I watch it, I agree. But he didn't want to be on the live. So to me, to see that, and then to see him in this documentary is very interesting because I think that he is the most important part of this documentary. And I will tell you why. The way he narrated was so important, but he is setting up the foundation to us to go to the next part of this documentary and look at how Diddy was a part of the missing and the killing of Tupac, let alone Biggie. That's what Kirk Burroughs is basically leading us into. The way he narrates, the way he talks about his ego and the way it filled up, and the way it sizes up, and the way that, he sees all the musical success, and it fills up his ego, this paper gangster, and he ends up, thinking that he's bigger and all the same as the road gangsters on the streets and etc. And that is the way he thinks because he's so aggressive. Whatever he wants, he can get, and that's what he believes. It was such good narration from Kirk Burroughs. Janice herself, guys, got slapped up in this documentary because they spoke about her so much, and I'm really unsure what happened because back in the day, whatever hair that she was wearing was way better than today. Do you understand? I don't know what was going on in those court days, but they spoke about her and how she was somebody who was an aggressive mother and beat her child and beat him a lot, make sure that he stayed indoors, and that she was harsh on Diddy, and just how she was basically a strict mother but also quite sly. They did a lot of hyper focus on her, which I didn't honestly expect, and I'm glad they did because she's not going to be liking any of this. Outside of Janice.
Oh look, I'm getting a call from one of those unknown numbers.
Have you tried reversephone.com?
Reversephone.com?
Yeah, we all get numbers from calls we don't know. Now, it could be important, right? So you don't want to just ignore it. Let's say you pick up and it's your bank.
But is it my bank?
Exactly. It could be your bank. These scammers are getting so good at disguising themselves. That's why you need reversephone.com. Look, with reversephone.com, you're going to type in that number, and it's going to quickly search their massive database, and it could give you all this information right here.
Wow. Names, numbers, emails, even social handles. That's a lot of info.
Let's do the one for the number that just called you. We'll type in the number. Yep. There you go. 100% potential spam. Ignore it.
Wow. That easy?
Yes, reversephone.com makes it that easy to see who could be behind those unknown callers.
Everyone's been asking how I can afford my terzepatide when it costs over $1,000 per month. You wouldn't believe it if you saw the price I paid. I've been keeping quiet about it for a while to make sure it worked first. Few people know this, but seniors like me can get approved for terzepatide and pay next to nothing. All you have to do is apply for the senior discount, and you can get approved in minutes, as long as it's available in your state. I get the same terzepatide my doctor said would cost over $1,000 per month delivered to my doorstep each month, and I'm paying less than half that price. I'm close to my goal weight now and feel so stupid for not doing this sooner. So I told all my friends about it, and most of them were approved too. It's so easy. You just use this free online tool that uses...
They've got a juror who's about to do an interview. They've got Capricorn Clark. They've got Kirk Burrows, who we saw as well. They've got, what's his name again? He was the head of security, or whatever his name was. I've forgotten his name. Whatever his name was, he was very pro-Diddy initially, but then he obviously has flipped and he's done stuff for Diddy. And then we have Kelena Harper, who also flipped on Dawn Rashad and was on Team Diddy. And then suddenly now she did this interview in these confessionals for Netflix, which goes to show me that a lot of people who were pro-Diddy when all of this came out are...
Now, what he said about Janice's wigs, and that's crazy. The dude had to say it. Because I think that was done on purpose. Unless Diddy had her stylist and she got rid of the stylist while he was in jail. Because, bro, you trying to come to court and look homely. So when he say, hey, I take care of my mother and I need to go take care of my mother. You know, I don't know why she was looking like that with her wigs. That's crazy.
Now completely against him. These are some of the confessionals that I've seen. I'm not sure who else is in there, but of course, I want to do this, episodic reviews because I think it is very important. Joy Dickerson-Neal is one of the main parts of this whole documentary. How she was essayed by this man, allegedly what she states, she cries, gets emotional. It was filmed, it was put up on screens to see. And there were other people in these confessionals, I've forgotten their names, who basically spoke about the fact that there were, people on the road who had, notoriety, who would do parties, and they would also display the same stuff. Diddy saw this and wanted to emulate it because it's a power move. All of this is a power move. Filming a woman, you not being intimate, or him essaying you, then he's putting it on the screen to say, look, I've got your girl, I've got this girl, this is what I'm doing to this girl. All of this is just power moves to show other men that he's bigger than them, and it basically ruffles their feathers, and it fills up his ego, which is why he went for Misa Hilton, because he wanted to just have her as a chess piece and then control her. That attribute to how he sees women, how he controls them, how he uses them, is very centric and important, not only to Cassie's lawsuit and that video, but also to the other women that, of course, are speaking out, whether it be right now in the lawsuits or prior. It paints Diddy as a nasty monster, basically the reckoning. And one person that isn't in this documentary is Cassie. But I think that is important, the fact that she's not in it, because she's obviously the one who has caused this reckoning from the beginning. And she's already been through enough. She doesn't need to be in this whole situation. She really doesn't, guys. She really doesn't. She really doesn't. Paper Gangster was really the theme for me when it comes to this. I feel like Janice was exposed being a bad mother and basically somebody who just had really bad dealings. We've got Kirk Burrows bringing in the conversations of Tupac and the fact that he was popular and the fact that he didn't need to emulate any manipulation. He could just be himself and be popular, and basically Diddy did not like that. We had the 1991 shooting, which basically where Diddy got famous on, where innocent people's lives were killed, and that footage brought in as well. Then we got Joy Dickerson-Neal, we got other people who Diddy worked with. There is so much in this first part. It's really laid out. They're even showing Clive Davis, basically dragging him to say, why was this man supporting Diddy? What happened with it? Outside of Andre Harrell, why was Clive Davis supporting? He's the one who got this real money. He saw this vision that Diddy had and basically wanted to invest and go for it. And also the discussion of hip-hop music and why record labels basically brought into it because of the cash and money that it had. So this was a really good episode for me because I feel like it basically dragged everybody and showed exclusive footage to us of Diddy. And I think it was just really important. This is obviously the first part. If you want me to review episode 2 and 3, 4 together, let me know in the comments, or if you want me to do episodic reviews like this, I definitely can, and give you guys 10-minute reviews of everything you guys need to know that happens in each one of these episodes. But I think that 50 Cent and the other directors have done a great job on this, because the first part really shows him as this horrific monster. It really does, guys. It shows him as this monster, and it shows who he knew, who helped him, his mother. Then we got a little bit of Tupac, we got a little bit of Biggie, we got the fact that he's determined, his ego, his mentality, the psyche, so many videos of him basically going mad and throwing things left and right. he's just an absolute monster. He's going to be pissed that this is out. We know he's pissed. He put out a statement and he can't do anything about it. But this first part documentary and the exclusive clips that were shown about Diddy validates what I felt about Diddy throughout the criminal trial, but also validates my assumptions to how Diddy was reacting. We're not going to know what goes on in the trial. We could be wrong or right with our predictions of, verdicts and bail, no bail. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the fact that Diddy was pissed, Diddy was difficult as a client, Diddy was stressing out his lawyer. These are my assumptions. And to see that exclusive footage, it basically validated that. That is why this documentary is important to me. And I really wanted to wait for this to come out. I wanted to, save each and every moment and scene I was watching and taking my time. So I don't know if you guys have watched 2, 3, and 4. Again, do you want episodic reviews or you want the bunch together? Because I can also do that as well. I just want to know what you guys enjoy, how you guys like to digest it. I thought this was the best way. Do subscribe to the channel, comment down below, and give this video a thumbs up. I would appreciate it. I'm so excited, guys, that I could make this video and I could talk to you about this documentary. I really want to start this conversation with you guys. I really wanted to just get into this and see your points, your angles, your perspectives, whether we agree or disagree. What stood out to you that may not have stood out to me in this first part? What are your thoughts on this first part? And I'll catch you guys soon for another video.
Wow, that was good. That was really, 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 really good. That was really good. That was really good because what happened? He talked about how valuable the documentary was. Oh, he took too long to shut his thing down. I don't like when people do that. So he talked about how valuable the documentary was. He covered a lot. So part 1 has a lot in it. Okay. Wow. He talked about how important that scene with the lawyer was. How it validated, a lot of things that he was thinking. When there was rumors about Diddy being difficult and stuff like that. Wow.
If you live in Georgia and have a good driving record, you're being scammed by
Shut your AI ass up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the channel again. Thank y'all so much for coming over, man. Appreciate all the love and support. So I just finished watching Sean Combs' The Reckoning, the documentary produced by 50 Cent. If you haven't watched it yet and you plan on watching it, you might want to exit this video because there will be some spoilers in here. But this was better than I thought it was going to be. I just thought it was going to be a lot of, besides the footage, of course, that 50 Cent and Netflix got a hold of, I thought it would be a lot of things that I knew already. Stuff that I reacted to, talked about, read about on my channel already. I thought it would be a lot of that, which it was, but it was more detailed interviews. I'm not gonna go over everything that was in this documentary. I just want to get to the meat of it. Before I forget, let me just say this. It's just crazy to hear Kurt Burrow's story. Hopefully I'm saying his name right. The man owned 25% of Bad Boy. Yeah. And was like homeless. He tried to take Diddy to court. It did not work out in his favor. The man ended up in shelters and stuff like that. You think about Bad Boy and all the money that they made, or Diddy made, I should say.
We knew this though. This is not. This is saying. It's y'all hear stuff. You gotta stop. I know it's a lot. that be put out, a lot that comes at you. But you gotta start figuring out how you can retain information. I don't know if you need to, make notes, yeah, or something. But it's useless for you to keep informing yourself of things, allowing yourself to take in information that is important, and then forgetting about it, because that's what y'all do. You forget about it. We knew about this already. We knew about this dude who co-owned the company with Diddy at first, and Diddy forced him to just sign it over with a bag. We know that. Now this man has went through and is going through, right? And the whole time people find out, they're like, oh, and then you forget. And it doesn't go away for him. That's a very important piece right there. It sets it off. This shows that from the beginning. He was already thugging, mugging. It's crazy.
I have a very...
Then you watch this stuff and you're like, oh, I didn't know that. Or, oh, this is so shocking and stuff like that. And it's like the ones who want to stomp your ass out, the ones who, they laugh at you. Because they like, these idiots already knew this shit. But they didn't do nothing with the information.
Very, very important message right now. I've talked about this on my channel many times, but I feel now like after seeing this, if you are a inspiring artist, if you have some type of talent, something that you are passionate about, let me just say this. Do not, I repeat, do not get into this music industry. Don't do it. I don't know if you'll ever see this video. If you're an aspiring artist, just do not get in this industry, man. Just listening to what people were saying about Diddy and like how he took something from Andre Harrell, like he took his method from him. They were with it just seems like a lot of people were happy with just being famous. Although they were promised fame and fortune, a lot of them seemed okay with just the fame until, like later on when they realized, like, what am I doing here? What's her name? Babs. She talked about how when, you had that show, Making the Band, and basically he signed them, and she was like, he gave her this stack, this huge stack of papers, and basically was like, make sure you read all that. And I feel like he did that because he knew that they wouldn't. She was like, I'm a bad boy now. And I think that stood out to me a lot. Because I've talked about how when you look at someone who is at the highest of the heights like Diddy was, and people want a piece of that.
This is what I have a hard time understanding though. You've watched them time and time again with other artists do the same. And you thought you were gonna be different. Now, them making the band cats, and there was no 112, there was no Total, there was no Carl Thomas, Black Rob, Craig May, there was not even nowhere near these guys. And they thought they was gonna be different. You sit back all this time, you've seen what happened to every artist he's ever had. Okay. You were a bad boy now, I guess. I don't know.
So having your name associated with him is enough for some people. Enough for them not to read the paperwork. Because what stood out was like a lot of people were talking about money that they never received. How Little Rod, how he said he produced that Love album for Diddy, and he was playing all the messages and he was promised $250,000. And he said all that they were willing to give was $29,000, which till this day he still hasn't received. $250. He said he missed birthday parties, missed this, missed that. He was there.
And he was violated. Think about how demanding someone who run their own shit can be when you're working with them, and then they expect you to do. You know how you go to a job and be like, well, since you don't got no deliveries right now, go on over there, sweet. Go help so and so and so and so. You're like, is this my job description? I mean, they can do it now, get away with it because y'all right there. But imagine how Diddy probably had you under lock and key, and for you to even look like you wanted not one thing done, and then turn around and not pay for what can you do? And he was violated. Oh, boy, violated.
With Diddy, they were trying to create this song that had like a Michael Jackson feel or something to it for Justin Bieber, and he was the only one who could do it. He did it, and that got him into Diddy's house. So he had thought he made it. He thought he made it, and never got the money. Never got the money. I know I'm going to be going all over the place with this, but bear with me.
For the ones who rise to every challenge, there's Granger. For the ones who get it done.
What is the book you couldn't keep?
I didn't know who would even care about what my book wrecks on TikTok. Turns out it helped an entire community of people who fell back in love with reading. You gotta read this! Read it!
When you're out in the wild, you either have bare skin or you have no skin. The bearskin hoodie is actually built for the outdoors, and it can stand up to the toughest conditions. Some folks come out here, they've spent thousands on gear that looks great on Instagram, but in the wild, you don't actually need the extra attention. Seriously? No Wi-Fi? Then make sure you're prepared for Mother Nature with the bearskin hoodie.
Get 60% off the bearskin hoodie today when you go to bearskin60.com. Drivers have until the end of the week to claim their Black Friday deals on auto insurance. And here's what you need to know. Most people think Black Friday is for gifts and impulse purchases.
Okay?
Diddy's sons, especially Justin. Oh my goodness. You talking about sticking by his side, and I forgot who it was, but they made a great point. They said, because of the fame and fortune, Diddy's kids may want to say something, but they never will. And I mentioned that. I said they don't want to mess up their bag. They don't want to mess up all this free stuff that they're giving. I mean, when you look at that footage that 50 Cent and Netflix obtained, how whenever you saw Diddy, you saw Justin right next to him. Christian, it seemed like he was there at some times, but Justin was literally right there trying to strategize with Diddy. This is 10 days or 6, whatever the days it was leading up to his arrest. Justin was right by his side. Lil Rob talked about how, you know, the studio session where it seemed like they were having freak-offs, and Justin was right there with Diddy. You know, allegedly, you know, Lil Ron said he heard the gunshots in the bathroom when they were at the studio. And he thought it was some button that he hit on the soundboard. And he said it was I forget the guy, but Justin and Diddy in the bathroom when he heard those gunshots. And this is what I talk about with power, man. You'll even have like crooked cops, because they were saying they don't even know what happened. He don't even know what happened to the guy who got shot, but he was helping him, trying to stop the bleeding. And Diddy told him to say, make sure you let them know that this didn't happen here. And something happened with the bodyguard, and the story pretty much just went away.
Yeah.
Dude who got shot just disappeared. So this is what I meant when I was talking about money.
Imagine all the other,
and how when you're at the top, you can even have police in your pocket. All right, because there's no way with some of these situations that was happening that Diddy should have been in jail a long time ago. And you got people in this documentary that were extremely close to him that were speaking out. I mean, extremely close. Things that they saw, things that they knew about, and they're basically saying that Diddy was doing things way back in the day. It just seems like even, you know, when Suge Knight did those, what was it, the Source Awards, when Suge Knight was talking about if you don't want your producer dancing in all your videos and, you know, in the limelight, come to Death Row. And it just seemed like from the beginning, Diddy just wanted to be the focal point. It goes into talking about the Tupac, Biggie situation.
More famous than him.
And again, it's stuff that I knew already.
More successful.
None of that stuff was surprising to me.
More powerful.
The real sad story here was Aubrey O'Day not even knowing if she possibly was SA'd. But someone walked in on her and saw it happening and was bringing this story to her, and she don't even recall it. The girl was saying that she saw her, she was passed out. I'm 100% sure that was Aubrey O'Day with Diddy and
that's crazy. What's the name of that group?
For those of you who watch this,
that male group, they were so popular. Oh gosh, I don't know, because they was too young for me, but very popular. I think they still doing. Finally got back to doing music, but Diddy had he pretty much had the same thing happen to him. It was on V Live, and he was crying, and the rest of the crew was crying and stuff. And he gave a similar story. He was pretty much like he saw an email that has some information in it. This is what I gathered from the stuff that he's dropped. And it's like he not really sure whether he was, you know, what happened to him, because whatever Diddy gave him, he don't remember nothing. And if he hadn't seen that email, he wouldn't even, is it day 26? He would have never even known.
I'm gonna watch some videos, trying to see what other people are saying about this, but
same thing I'm doing.
Talking about at the courthouse, how Diddy's team was strategizing, and
I do want to make sure I tell y'all who channel I'm watching. I'll put it in the comments after the video's over, because I can't even read that over there in the corner. I don't know if y'all could zoom in, but I'm going to share every channel that we're listening to. We're going to listen to like 3, but I like this review because I think he's watched all of them. He's just rationalizing the information. Well, not rational, but well, yeah. He's just really, you know, taking in the information. He not, oh, why you doing this? Why you want to hold a black man down? Why 50 doing this? There shouldn't even be none of that. The information that's being discussed is what's important. It's too serious. Hit the like, y'all.
This for me, again, it was something that I knew already. But
right.
To really hear other people talk about it, man, just the power dynamic. The main thing I took from this whole documentary is that stay out of the industry.
Yeah.
If you want to be famous, do it on your own.
But that's crazy, though. I mean, with social media, these past couple of generations, they don't even understand how lucky they are to have social media like this, because our people back then didn't have that. And so the industry was the way to go. That was the only way you was going to get in. And Prince, he tried his best. He tried to say it. He was like, hey, come sign with me. I won't even charge you nothing, and I'll help you. You can't beat that deal. This is Prince we're talking about. And I think maybe one, I know Shaka and, you know, another older guy took him up on his offer, but I think it was only one young guy. I can't remember who it was. But imagine all the people that didn't listen to him. As we watched him do the slave thing and all of that, still people didn't listen.
Do it on your own, because these people are evil. They're monsters, man. Like, seeing what all of these artists had to go through, and just them talking about how they weren't paid, which is just nothing you really could do, because when you speak out, you'll get blackballed. You'll get blackballed. And you know, when Capricorn Clark was
That's gotta stop being a reason why people don't speak out.
Finally got the confidence to say something after Cassie came out and said something. You know, her story is crazy because she was talking about the alleged, when Diddy took her, you know, the K word, when Diddy took her to Kid Cudi's house against her will.
Yeah, and forced her to be involved in it. Forced her to be involved in that. So,
and how, you know, when she was in court telling the story, how they didn't believe it. Even the jury, the two jurors that spoke in this video, how the one black chick said she kind of looked like, I don't know. It's just, they were talking about how when you see Diddy in the courtroom, how Diddy is so powerful, he's a celebrity, and they think that worked against the jury, because like they're kind of like starstruck, like seeing Diddy there, and hearing them tell his story about him, and people kind of like that one dude was talking about.
You gotta stop looking up to these people. You gotta stop idolizing these people. We have a creator. That is who we idolize. That's who we worship. That's who we glorify. That's who we look at like with such awe, not people. This is what causes you to get into this mess. And they have a whole thing about what they do. It's all to work you over. They're working for the other side, man. And you gotta start seeing it like that. A lot of y'all know and you don't care. And then you go to church on Sunday and be like, I'm a Christian.
Situation, their relationship, how Cassie kept going back, but it's like people don't really understand how that worked. How he had her since a young age. That dynamic with Kim and Cassie. One of Diddy's security was talking about how Kim was the wife, but Cassie was a wifey. Diddy had this thing about taking his way of getting back at people was trying to take the women from them. You know, how the Big Papa video, he stole the idea from Tupac, I Get Around. He wanted that same vibe. You know, that's why he was in the bathtub, like Tupac was in the bathtub. Mentally, like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Again, I know I'm all over with this, but I just watched 4 episodes back to back to back to back, and I'm just trying to remember.
You're doing a great job,
man. I'm not gonna go into.
You're doing a great job.
Grew up. We already know about that. How his mother was, how his father was.
He's taking his time. You're not confused because a lot of this stuff we knew. So he, you know, he's going over it. You could tell he's overwhelmed, but he's not just rambling and panicking and whatever. He's not overhyped. He's very calm. He's doing a very good job. It's very easy to follow.
But I'll just say, you have the people that are close to him that won't say nothing, and then the people that were close to him that speak out, but they were kind of blackballed, so nobody really believes them. You know,
drowned out. Their voices were drowned out.
The footage that Diddy was recording himself, again, that Netflix got a hold of, is very telling. Hearing him trying to strategize, hearing him talking to the other chick that was in the Bad Boy Dirty Money with Dawn, the other chick, how she at one time needed like $5,000 from Diddy because she was trying to fight the case, and Diddy was like, I can't do this right now. And I'm like, this dude got so much money.
$5,000 is nothing.
Even Craig Mack's wife talked about how Craig Mack had the #1 song but wasn't seeing no money. And Craig Mack needed money, and Diddy pulled out a stack
Craig
of
Mack
money.
set it off.
$100. Craig Mack Flavor in Your Ear.
Mm-hmm.
You know, number one song.
He was the original original artist that set off Bad Boy. And he was amazing. He was it until Biggie came along. And people like that, if you've ever dealt with narcissists, I've not only had my fair share, but I'm still dealing with them. You know, people like Diddy, a lot of us deal with people like that. And they're just amplified when they get money and power. Whatever they can use against you to hurt you and control you, they will. They'll never care, and it's never enough. They just want to keep exercising that power over you, or finding some way to make you submit or to hurt you.
Because Diddy was getting all that money that they owed him from studio time, from the advance. So I give you advance. Once you make that money, it's mine. You want a studio session? You want 4 studio sessions? That's $400,000. So when you make this music, I'ma just take. So you ain't gotta pay me. I'ma just take it from you. Mm-hmm. I won't give you your money because it's my money.
I don't know if y'all remember when the band came out, like Freddie. He was the first one, you know, and he was talking about this too, because they didn't really necessarily understand what they were getting into. They was just happy to have this opportunity, which is crazy. Because like I said, we've seen everybody go through Diddy and what the end result was for them. Hit the like button, y'all. Thank you. And, you know, he was talking about how, okay, we need money, but you want to go out and party, you want to take us to the club, you want to buy us a nice car or something like that, but we broke. A lot of artists be in that position. Have all these things, but they're broke. And everything that it takes to make and promote their music, which it does take money to do that stuff, but that's where they know they got them at, because, hey, 9 times out of 10, I'm going to put you to all my people. So if you need outfit, I'm hiring the stylist. If you need studio, my studio. Or, you know, I got a partnership with so-and-so studio. So they're going to benefit all the way around. And all of these people, you know, that they're partnering with, doing business with, and here to hook you up, promote your stuff, push it, and all the other tricks and stuff they do, they're charging you excessively for that. So when you do get your money in, hey, and you see that bill, oh, you owe us $10 million, $100 zillion for a 1-hour studio session. So they get it, but they'll buy you a car. It's like, I said I need $10,000 for surgery. You give me a car and it's not even in my name. You can take it back. What does this do? Well, what it does is it gives you something you probably never had before, and people get happy about that. Then other people see them, oh, they look good, they got jewelry, they got clothes, they got cars, they got a house. None of that shit really be yours, and it don't mean nothing because your bank account is empty. Like, you really on struggle, you're in struggle mode all the time. So, and he did that, artist after artist after artist after artist after artist, and then their careers went nowhere. And it's even more shocking to me and disappointing that y'all let Diddy get this popular and last this long. You've watched him do this to person after person. These groups should have been large. Okay, they should have been out there like Patti LaBelle. They should still be able to tour, make money, all kinds of ways, everything. They should be good. They should have had a long-lasting career. He had super talented people, and he put a stop to their shit. That's diabolical.
Crazy. So, again, and we're not even going to talk about how we have all the people that are dead now, that are gone.
A lot.
You know, Diddy started with Uptown Records, and Heavy D was like the biggest artist on there. Heavy D's gone now.
Only person
you know,
left
Diddy got
from there
fired.
is, I'll be sure. And it's crazy because P. Diddy looked up to Heavy D and I'll Be Sure. And he came in, he took that spot, he put them underneath him. And Al is the only one still living, but he almost didn't make it one time because what? Somebody tried to take him out. It's crazy. He want Al to live, in my opinion, all this time so he can sit back and watch me be with his woman and raise his son.
But he was like, Andre told him, I'll sell Biggie to you. So Diddy started his bad boy, you know, and then him and Biggie, they took off, but you had Biggie mother in there talking about how she didn't like him. Biggie really didn't like him. It's a lot, man. It's a lot. The whole Tupac situation.
I don't know about that Biggie didn't like him stuff. I think probably down the road, he saw how he was, you know, how he was being treated by Biggie. I mean, by Diddy, and how Diddy was with everybody and stuff like that. He saw who he was. He experienced who he was. So I think eventually he didn't, but, you know, we always saw different. We saw them together like two peas in a pie.
Which we already knew about with the whole Keefy D thing and them saying paying the money, the $1 million for the hit. It was a lot. Like I said, a lot in here that I knew already, but just watching that footage of him panicking on the phone. He mentioned Christina Korn because he was on the phone with her. He was like, KK, you in this too. When they were trying to strategize, they're trying to paint a picture, you know, telling people about, like, they wanted to find Dawn Richards' interviews where she's speaking good about him. Just trying to remember
propaganda.
I just feel like this just validated what I was saying about the industry. And a lot of these artists will just take the fame and hope that the fortune would come. People like that, you know, walking out a door and people screaming, there goes such and such. Oh my God. People like feeling like they're on top of the world. You know, they went into the whole Shine going to jail when you had the chick speaking out saying that Diddy was the one who did it. Diddy talking about, I don't own a gun, never had a gun, and stuff was just popping up in my head. But I will say this. Diddy had a way of you know, the lifestyle he lived and that he showed off, people wanted to be a part of that. So he had a way of bringing people in, not knowing what they were getting themselves into. They just came people around Diddy, and they wanted a piece of that. They talked about how all these people associated with Diddy been to jail before, but he had at the time never been to jail. Or even worse, all these people associated with him died or dead. That clip when they showed him in New York, they said how Diddy really don't like being around the culture until he needs the culture. You know, when they showed him in New York with the people, shaking hands, hugging, got back in the car saying he needs to take a bath, the water needs to be boiling hot. Because, you know, when you're shaking hands with everybody, you just need to get it off you. So, it was a lot in here.
Surprising you put a little Clorox in it.
Once I'll say this, once Diddy gets out of jail, just from seeing this and knowing how people can be, he's going to be very successful again.
Mm-hmm.
People are going to sign with him. I was like, I'm wondering what this is going to look like.
It's crazy if somebody signed to him now.
People are going to sign with him.
That would be
after
crazy.
seeing that courthouse and seeing the support he was getting, people are going to sign with him.
That's crazy.
Diddy's going to probably do a tour.
You got to be suicidal.
Diddy's probably going to sell out. If they let him in there, he's probably going to sell out Madison Square Garden. You know, a coming home tour. And I don't know if he's going to take time to reflect or if he's going to want revenge on 50 Cent for this documentary just because he was able to obtain this footage. Because they said that Diddy is very keen on getting revenge. I probably missed a lot.
You know that.
I want to get to some videos about.
Hold on, sorry, you did great. They are gonna let him out, and soon. So that is kind of concerning because the thing people do is underestimate their enemies, and you know he can't be underestimated at all. Things that others won't do, he will do. So I can imagine he's gonna go after everybody in 50 family. What I am surprised though is that the woman who kept saying Diddy shot me in the eye was able to live. I'm surprised she didn't come up there, because that woman was like, we can take this bullet out right now and test it. And I was thinking to myself, do they have the gun? Can you register the gun to him? Like, can you trace it to him? Like, how was having a bullet and testing it going to prove it was Diddy? Only thing I can think of is they had to, how did they convict Sean? They had to match up some bullets in a gun, right? I still, either way, don't see it, because then it's like, if they match that bullet to not being one of Sean's, okay, where's Diddy's gun? Can we prove it's his gun? How does it fit? Like, that just was, but that's how dead ass she was. And as far as I know, she's still alive. That was really shocking to me. You know? But 50, I know he's fearless and all, but I'm pretty sure he probably did think this too. But there's no way that Diddy's not gonna seek revenge. If he would have just did a documentary with pretty much what it's already out there, plus some little extra shit he found, I don't think Diddy. But being that he's mad about those specific footages and he wanted them back, he wanted to stop it, he wasn't successful, and the new damages it's gonna cause for a short amount of time. Because people only trip for a short amount of time. Then they be back where they was. Oh yeah, Diddy the murder. But his family, he had children. I mean, he took his baby mama and did all that to her. So just imagine.
Other people, seeing other, like the Breakfast Club and some other people, I want to hear what they had to say about this documentary. And if they feel the same way I do. But appreciate you guys coming over for my review on this.
The Breakfast Club?
I will say though, seeing those people interview, man.
Listen.
It's just
we need a documentary on Jessica Reed. I'm gonna reach out to her. I'm gonna reach out to Jessica. We need a documentary on her. We gotta keep that story, bringing that story to light. Y'all still talking about the Breakfast Club with Charlamagne like he didn't do what he did. Nah, it's not okay.
Long time ago. Cassie gave a lot of people the courage. I'll say that. All right. Peace out.
Sometimes all it takes is one to set it off.
Stop what you are doing if you have 3 minutes and need a little extra. Are you getting less than $3,340 in Social Security and you're a senior on Medicare or Medicaid? Here,
like, bro, Diddy is crazy. I just finished part 2, and I have to get into this discussion because he killed Biggie and he killed Tupac. I genuinely believe that. That's my personal opinion. He killed
Hold on, bro. Let me turn you down, son, because you in that microphone. Get it out your mouth, son. Get it out your mouth. Now, this was a shocker to me. Hearing so many people say with conviction, he killed Biggie, he killed Tupac. And that's what I really want to congratulate 50 at, because I've always heard people say, maybe Biggie, but not Tupac, or maybe Tupac, but not Biggie, or I don't know, and try to lean more towards, he ain't do that shit, or maybe he did, I don't know. But to hear so many people say, he killed Biggie and Tupac, I cannot wait to see what y'all saw that make you get there, so,
But set it up, orchestrated it. Even though, like, bro, Diddy is crazy. I just finished part 2, and I have to get into this discussion because he killed Biggie and he killed Tupac. I genuinely believe that. It's my personal opinion. He killed them both. Set it up, orchestrated it, knew what was going to happen, and then off the top of that, propelled off their deaths to make money from them, created a career, took Biggie off the Rolling Stone cover so that he could have that Rolling Stone cover, wanted to set up this huge funeral running through Brooklyn, only to then bill Biggie's estate the funeral bill because he wasn't paying anything for it. Suddenly naming the album Life After Death. But what was so manipulative to me is that
I gotta rewind this.
Every publication
to
was
hear this dude
stating
say this,
that I am Diddy's best friend. I'm Diddy.
I gotta rewind this. I gotta hear this again.
And I have to get into this discussion because he killed Biggie and he killed Tupac. I genuinely believe that. It's my personal opinion. He killed them both. Set it up, orchestrated it, knew what was going to happen, and then off the top of that, propelled off their deaths to make money from them, created a career, took Biggie off the Rolling Stone cover so that he could have that Rolling Stone cover, wanted to set up this huge funeral running through Brooklyn, only to then bill Biggie's estate the funeral bill because he wasn't paying anything for it. Suddenly naming the album Life After Death.
I thought he dropped his
But
mic.
what was so manipulative to me is that this man in every publication was stating that I am Diddy's best friend, I'm Diddy's close friend. They weren't that close. The way he lied, no intro, we're going to get into this. The way he lied to act like he was Diddy's best friend when that wasn't even the case.
You talking about Biggie? Does he mean Biggie? Is he misspeaking? Because this not
running through Brooklyn.
not making sense.
Only to then bill Biggie's estate the funeral bill because he wasn't paying anything for it. Suddenly naming the album Life After Death. But what was so manipulative to me is that this man in every publication was stating that I am Diddy's best friend, I'm Diddy's close friend. They weren't that close. The way he lied, no intro, we're going to get into this. The way he lied to act like he was Diddy's best friend when that wasn't even the case, according to Kirk Burroughs. Kirk Burroughs is the shining star for me when it comes to this documentary. The narration, the history, it goes so deep.
Wow.
And the way that this man articulates himself and delivers the story, to me, I am so entrenched into the TV screen watching part 2. We needed this part. It's so essential to the documentary because it gives us the history, the foundations of the conversation of East Coast, West Coast, the gang wars that were going on, Suge Knight, Diddy, moments of Snoop as well, but mainly Suge Knight, Diddy, and Tupac, and what was going on, about them all with Biggie as well.
Damn.
All Biggie wanted to do was get on that flight from LA in the morning to London. That's all he wanted to do. Because as Kirk Burroughs said, they were preparing for the London junkets for so long. But Diddy had other plans. He wanted to party on purpose in LA because he wanted to feel like, I've taken your main guy, Tupac, now watch me party over here as well.
In your city,
and then in that same moment, when they were in the car,
We knew that.
Biggie got taken out. Keefe D in those audio tapes, which we've never heard before, absolutely exposed Diddy in such ridiculous ways. This man knew what was going on when it came to Tupac. And when Tupac wanted to have that fight with Zip's nephew, this was the perfect opportunity, from what Zip was saying and what they were all saying. This was the perfect opportunity. Now that Tupac has done this and jumped into the trap, we can now run and do what we need to do. Of course, Diddy himself didn't have the gun, but Diddy himself was, of course, running the shots, running the orders. And this is why, even to this day, whilst this man is in prison, so many people are petrified of him. Petrified of this man and the goons that he has running around doing stuff for him. It makes me so angry watching this, about how he used Biggie and propelled off his career and created so much money out of his name and got on the covers of stuff and doing award shows with Sting and making this big music. This man is not musically talented. He's not a genius. He cannot rap. He cannot produce beats. All he knows is to steal and to kill in order to get above them. He's never been authentic to the game. He's been a dirty, stinking rat. Do you understand?
Yeah.
A dirty, stinking rat. I think that the storytelling in part 2 is even better than part 1 to me.
In my opinion, this tells a lot about Black people and the Black community. All of those things he just said is true. And y'all let him rise and rise and rise, and you praise and you worship. All for him to be a predator on his own people. That's the dude that took Tupac from us. I've known it. Tupac's mother has known it. So many people have known it. Biggie. These are the two most talked about, influential, and all that. All the things that Pac could have been. And Puffy was just jealous of him and wanted to be him. That's fucking crazy. Crazy.
Because it really gives you that insight of where did he came from, but also who was he beefing with, who was meant to be on his side. And when Tupac, of course, went to prison for his own issues, the bad boy people ended up being enemies within each other. Insane. All this man knows is violence. All this man knows is violence. He's a fake paper gangster, and he wants to kill people in order to get above them and use them. And these are people who are meant to be Diddy's friends. It's so crazy to me, especially because Keefe D's trial is happening next year. And so this documentary is perfect timing because it's after the criminal trial of Diddy, the charges and the verdict were given. Then you have this documentary coming out, and then you have Keefe D's trial happening next year, and you also have Diddy's appeal trial happening next year as well. It's just insane. Keefe D, of course, saying that proffer was something that happened under duress, and now he is denouncing it. So, like, I had notes and everything about this, but I'm just so taken aback by...
Say that part again?
Charges and the verdict were given. Then you have this documentary coming out, and then you have Keefe D's trial happening next year, and you also have Diddy's appeal trial happening next year as well. It's just insane. Keefe D, of course, saying that proffer was something that happened under duress, and now he is denouncing it. So, like, I had notes and everything about this, but I'm just so taken aback by how this man was able to basically get Tupac and Biggie killed, according to his goons and his people, and then was able to completely get away with it. Because somebody explained to me as to how this man was even allowed to do that.
These are the
Please,
questions.
can somebody explain to me how this man has gotten away with so much? And then when he sits there and he does these interviews, he's so manipulative. And I think manipulation is the key word for this video, the theme of this video. This is what this episode, the P. Diddy The Reckoning Part 2 showed to me, that this man is so deeply manipulative that he goes far beyond him just harming and abusing men and women, you know, in a physical manner. It's also in a manner where he will get you eradicated. He does not care for you, deleted, and then he will take from you. He will build funerals to your estate, and then he will use you to propel his own career. Talking about all these people queuing up for me, you know, my name was in the lights, I got the record, I got to hit the biggest record. This is all this man cared about.
With no talent.
And they were really good confessionals from Mark Curry, from Eric, but Kirk Burroughs, to me, the way this man is speaking about everything, this man is not lying. He's speaking with conviction on how he's stating this. I'm just so taken aback by the part 2. I'm just shocked. I'm glad that this is happening. I'm glad that this is not just about Cassie, but we have to get into the conversation of what he did to Biggie and Tupac and how these cases
But listen, yeah, he's speaking with conviction and everything, but no, these people are lying. When you hear this guy talk about how afraid of Diddy they were, if you lying, it's not even worth it. Who gonna protect you from him? Who gonna protect you?
Hopefully one day will be reopened because they need to be. The LAPD officers talking about how Diddy was a difficult person to work with. Why would Diddy be a very difficult person to work with if his best friend was just shot? The person that he cares for, loyal to, the person making him all the money. Why would he be a difficult person to be interviewed? I don't understand.
Irresistible value and flavor await at Fizoli's. For just $4.99, savor a perfectly sized portion.
And they didn't think to look deeper into that? That's wild, y'all.
He was fired just 3 weeks before he was set to retire.
And now he's becoming an industry whistleblower. Kate Jennings.
Combine that with Keefe D's profit tapes, which we heard for the first time, I'm genuinely shocked. I'm just genuinely shocked by this. Jennifer Lopez was shown as well, because she was there with him. She's not going to be pleased by that. She's going to be pissed that they showed pictures of her, videos of her hanging around with Diddy, basically in the same era where he was propelling off Biggie's death to be this big #1 person, stealing and taking from so many people, climbing on top, asking Kirk Burrows to change certain deals for you, and then when he didn't do it, you decided to fire him? All this man cared about is greed himself. That's all he cared about. We saw more current day footage of him before his arrest when he was, getting somebody to put chains on him, even whilst he was, walking out towards the elevator, and then they asked him, Diddy asked him to take that chain off. Even up to this point, where Diddy is in New York and he is cooperating with the police, you can still see this man wanting to put chains on, getting people to work around him, dressing and looking in the mirror. All this man cares about is himself and his ego, and he's so understanding that he will overcome all of this. He doesn't even have a bone of empathy because he's too busy caring for himself. That mindset is something that Diddy has had since he was young. He never cared about the empathy of Biggie, Tupac, the family, the mother, etc. All he cared about was how he could use their deaths to get to the #1 place. And this is why so many people were scared of Diddy, because this man is a psychopath. He does not have an empathy bone. He doesn't care for you at all. He will just use you to get on top of you. A lot of this information was information that we already knew. Granted, I do agree. However, I do think it's essential to remind a new generation, also my generation as well, and just to make people understand that this man is far more guilty than just the case with Cassie. There's a whole different bucket of stuff that is going on where this man is an absolute chaotic, just chaotic.
Terrorizer.
The history of the relationship with Suge Man,
whole terror.
Diddy, Tupac and Biggie all being shown in this episode was the main highlight. I think it was very important because he used all of it. Biggie's dead, Tupac's dead, Suge's in prison. Diddy was winning for a long time. Diddy must have thought he was the big one. That he got with all of this. Got people to do things for him, got all of these people killed, got the #1 songs off Biggie's back. If it wasn't for Biggie, this man would not be where he is today because he used his music to get where he is today. Because ain't nobody checking for you.
Nobody.
Mumbling over your raps, fighting your English. Nobody ever cared for you when you were in the studio.
Nobody.
Nobody cared for you. But people are afraid of you. And it's sad that people are afraid of you. I can understand it. But I, for one, am not afraid of you. And the majority of people now aren't afraid of you because you're rotting away in prison.
Nah, he's coming out soon.
I might
That's
feel
not right away.
I do these reviews right after I watch the episode, so my memory's fresh and I get into it. But I think it was a really good episode in highlighting the foundations of Diddy's relationships with other musicians in the business, the gang warfare that was going on, and how Diddy basically was using his close allies really and to basically kill them. Off them. He didn't like Tupac, he didn't like Biggie. He wouldn't have gave a damn about these two people if they weren't bigger than him, if they didn't have all this famous, attention based on their true talent. And because of all of this, it rubbed Diddy the wrong way so much. This man wants to be the big boy. This man wants to be basically the famous one, and therefore he needed to offer to do it. After watching this episode, I can single-handedly believe and say with my chest that I believe that Diddy definitely killed Tupac and Biggie. He doesn't want that narrative going around.
You know what?
What an episode. Oh my God.
I gotta be honest. I was wondering if 50 Cent was going to touch on that. Notice I said touch on that. I did not see this coming. Did not see this coming. I didn't know he was going to make it that good. This being the narrative that I'm hearing from people after watching this, like they're saying he did it, both of them. To me, that's going to be the most damaging thing of the entire documentary.
My head is fried, guys. We need to talk about this. Also, there's somebody, hold on, let me find her name because I feel like somebody called Miss 50 Cent. Thank you so much. I want to shout you out for the $50 tips that you've been giving in the past couple of videos. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you. Big shout out to you. Want to do this video. Hopefully you watch this video and like, you know, you can comment down below so I know that you watched this. But thank you so much. Love you so much, babes. I really appreciate you.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, I want to know your thoughts on this. Manipulation is so key. This man was sitting in interviews talking about, I don't have a lot of friends. You know, some people say, I'm not a good friend. I don't have a lot of friends, man. And, you know, that's just me. Trying to present himself as somebody who's lonely. Somebody who doesn't have a lot of friends. Oh,
yeah, he did that a lot.
He probably rehearsed that line in the damn mirror before he came out and sat and did that crap. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. Talking about, I don't have a lot of friends. Mm-hmm. These cases need to be reopened up. That's what I'm waiting for next once everything else is wrapped up.
Well, you're going to have to get some people that really want to investigate it.
We'll see what happens with KVD. Now, KVD's trial is something that I'm really, like, worried about.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
Anyways, let me know your thoughts, guys, when it comes to this 10-minute review.
That's
Do subscribe to the channel, comment down below, and give this video a thumbs up. I would appreciate it. It's just one click to subscribe. Comment down below. I want to know your thoughts on part 2. What are your thoughts on part 2? What are your thoughts on part 2?
This is a great video.
Coming out tomorrow, and then part 4 is coming out the day after. When it comes to my review of this, I'm genuinely enjoying these documentaries. 50, you've done a great job. I'm so happy that I waited for this documentary and I wasn't watching several others. I'm so happy. My mind isn't convoluted. I'm focused. Subscribe, and I'll catch you guys soon.
Stop what you are doing if you have 3 minutes and need a little extra. Are you getting less than 3,300?
Let me tell you something. I just watched that documentary, the one that 50 Cent put out called The Reckoning on Diddy. And that damn Diddy is the devil. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't go watch that shit. I said, man, this man hating on this man. But I'm glad he put it out. Because this exposed some shit that nobody knew about. Diddy is everything God thought Suge Knight was. R. Kelly is the PG-13 version of Diddy. Because Diddy, all the way, is rated. Not just that. Everybody who ever worked with the Diddy or beat with the Diddy is either dead or in jail. Greg Mack dead. Black Rob dead. Heavy D dead. Andre Howard dead. Kim Porter dead. Al.B. Short, mysterious illness, almost dead. Tupac dead. Biggie dead. Now after watching this Diddy documentary, I also learned some shit you probably don't know. Diddy allegedly arranged the death of Tupac because he was jealous of Tupac and Biggie friendship. Tupac and Biggie was close. This documentary gonna show you that. They went on tours together. They was friends. Tupac made a personal trip with all his people to go support Biggie when they first came out. And it got so goddamn crazy that Diddy wanted to do business with Tupac. But Tupac seen right through Puffy. He knew he was fake. Faker than a $3 bill. So Diddy feared that the truth in Tupac will eventually reach Biggie's ears. So he arranged several attempts on Tupac life. Remember that time he got robbed and shot and they ain't take no jewelry, no money from him? And they got damn studio, I think it was Quad Studio out there in New York. That was Diddy. And we all know how Tupac died out there in Las Vegas. That was Diddy. Then somehow, Diddy had a way of finding out all the snake shit that was going on in this camp when they wanted to leave him. He found out that Biggie wanted to leave Bad Boy and possibly, I said possibly, side with Suge Knight and Death Row East.
So the week that Biggie was supposed to fly to Cali to the United Kingdom to do a press run, Diddy canceled that very same flight that would have saved Biggie's life. So Diddy set up a party out there in Cali on Ops territory. And that's what ultimately got Biggie targeted and sniped. Once he executed Biggie, he planned to have Biggie the biggest funeral. But the price came back too high for him to spend on somebody that he considered a goddamn brother and a friend, and somebody that he made millions off of music. So you know what he did? Diddy charged the Biggie estate for his funeral and literally made Biggie pay for his own funeral. Now, ain't that cold-blooded? You just unalive your own partner and made him pay for his own funeral and you a goddamn billionaire. That ain't even the worst part. It get deeper. Diddy took Biggie paperwork when he died and rearranged his percentages so that he get everything and Biggie kids get nothing. Allegedly. And Diddy also stole all the goddamn money his artists were making. He took that. He took all the money from them so he could become a billionaire, but he was searching for money and power. He stole money from the Locks, Mark Curry, 112, Mace, and even Craig Mack were all owed millions and broke under Diddy watch. Craig Mack is not dead, and his ex-wife said that even though Craig Mack went platinum, they had to borrow money from family members to keep a roof over their head. And that ain't shit. It get worse. Diddy groomed his sons to be just like him. He even did dope and freakos with his sons. And I also learned that Cassie was only 19 years old and Diddy was 36 years old when they were dating. He groomed her to basically become a bedroom robot and forget about her singing career. Cassie ain't never really needed Diddy. She was already blowing up on the radio before she started messing with Diddy. And she probably would have became a bigger artist without him. I also learned that Diddy had a bad dope addiction. And it came from the pills that the doctor prescribed him because at a certain point in his relationship with Kim Porter, they got into a big brawl. And she wound up slicing him on the goddamn wrist. So they gave him some perk 30s to goddamn keep that pain down. And that breeded a whole kind of dope addiction. He was on all kind of eggs, all kind of body. Diddy was on some shit. I also found out watching that documentary that Young Miami was a pawn Diddy used to get club ballerinas, you know them goddamn naked dancers, would come over to Diddy's house. Allegedly, Diddy was literally a fully gangster. He had grown-ass men that feared him because of his money and his power. And he had everything on camera, every angle, even in the bathroom, he had a camera to watch people shit. He loved men, glazed donut holes. He loved to manipulate and whoop on women. I also learned that Diddy cared a lot about his image. He spent millions of dollars to manipulate and turn stories in his favor. He was a diabolical genius that understood how to control everything and everybody that wanted to make it in the industry through him. I also learned that Diddy and DJ Khaled are basically the same person. Two talentless men that use talented black musicians to make money off of. But Diddy a little deeper. He went on the bright side, white side too. He was doing them people wrong too. And it came. Diddy was such a horrible artist that it took him months to lay one verse. He had his writers mad because he wasn't able to say the verse the way they wrote it with the same emotion, same feeling, same passion. I also learned that Diddy said he was from Harlem, but he didn't really care about his own people. He didn't care about black people that lived in the hood, and he also felt dirty when his own kind hugged him and shook his hand. Watch that documentary, they're gonna show you that shit. I also learned that Diddy talked about God a lot. But when you look at this documentary, you're gonna realize that Diddy was a warlock that channeled demonic gods to try to get out of his legal issues. He prayed to some kind of God, and he was controlling his son. He was saying, God told me don't do nothing, but you're supposed to be doing something. God said you're supposed to. He was doing shit like that. He was a real manipulator. And that came out of Diddy's own mouth. Now, I know y'all all thought that the son that looked just like his ass was the one on Diddy time. You know that one that be trying to act like he did it, the little miniature version. It ain't him. It's that Justin one that's doing all them freakos goddamn with his daddy. The one that don't look shit like Diddy. He turned him out. After watching that documentary, there's some people that I want to sit down and do an interview with. Make sure y'all get in contact with me. Like Harv P.L., Diddy right-hand man, like Mary J. Blige. She been real quietly supportive of Diddy and never revealed what she saw. And I love to talk the young Miami, the one that Diddy turned into the Black Cassie. She need to come to the red table. Let's sit down. Carisha, please. Farnsworth Bentley is another one that got a lot of rain up under his umbrella. All them people been quiet as a goddamn church mouse, and I still think that 50 Cent a goddamn hater because he released this documentary because that man was smashing his BM, but he only did 50 Cent like that. Diddy been doing it for a long time. Diddy slept with Tupac women. Diddy slept with Suge Knight women who finna buy them a $50,000 chain, buy all that. He was strategic by getting his enemies back through their women. So I still think 50 expressed the 50 laws of power and checkmated Diddy because he smashed his baby mama. But after watching this documentary, I got another perspective. This information needed to come out so we could know the shit that the people that's around him scared to say. And I also strongly believe that Diddy gonna be definitely getting convicted of a conspiracy to murder Tupac in 2026 when Keith and D go to trial. We ain't never gonna see Diddy as a free man ever again in life. It's over for the Diddler. Now, I recommend this, and I don't know if you got 4 hours to spare. But a lot of y'all be rolling the blunt, hitting the lick and all that. Roll you up a blunt. Roll you up some hen dog. And sit your ass down in front of the TV screen for 4 hours. I promise you this top 5 dead or alive type shit. This shit finna teach you some shit that you ain't never know about Diddler. Diddy is everything y'all said Suge Knight was. Suge Knight ain't nothing like Diddy. Boy, he's soft compared to Diddy killed his best friend right in front of his ass out there in Atlanta. Boy, y'all need to go watch that damn documentary. 50 Cent put his foot in Diddy's ass. Y'all like this video, y'all make sure y'all share the video. If you don't got time to watch it, I just showed you what's going on there. You need to keep it, but you still need to go watch it. God damn it, 50 Cent, boy, you're still a hater, but you did your goddamn thing on that shit, boy. Good job. Wait a business.
God, that's it going out that doggone door. Wow, that's crazy. It's crazy.
People send me Aakash posts every day. I got a bit of Aakash fatigue, you know. But he decided to get on a stand-up comedy set, and you know, the internet been fine, so people bought tickets to hate on him, and they recorded what he had to say about his wife. And so,
again, I don't think in there, if you call your wife a gold digger, all these other things, it's a shitty thing. So I'm going to tell one story that I have never even told her. Honestly, she has no idea this.
Essentially, he's like, it's really shitty for people to call his wife a hoe and a gold digger, which I agree. If it wasn't true.
My wife and I met in 2014. I was not making much money. I was getting $25 a night I had to save up money to move to New Jersey. So we had to stay on her friend's couch for almost a month. We were basically homeless for a month. So I could save money to move to New Jersey. I remember the night before we went to the couch, we had to stay in our apartment illegally. We were supposed to have been out by like 12 p.m. We moved everything out, but we didn't have a place to stay, so we had to stay there that night. It was just me and her sleeping on a hardwood floor. I'm 34 years old. She's 25 years old. I'm looking at this girl like, man, you could go be with an Indian who's a doctor, like a real Indian. You're a beautiful girl. You have so much ahead of you. Me, I don't know what my life is going to be. I'm 34. I'm fucking broke. This dream might not ever happen, but I'm too fucking moronic to quit. And I have nothing to give her. It's just a light jacket. It's like October. We have nothing. So I hand her the jacket, and she said, "What's this for?" I said, "You can use it as a pillow." And then she goes, "Well, what are you going to use?" And I said, "I'll figure it out." She handed me back the jacket. She goes, "You take this." And then she laid with her head on my chest and her arm around me the entire night. And I remember thinking, and this is why I haven't shared this with her, because I remember thinking, I don't know if I'm going to be able to marry this girl because I'm so broke and I'm in such a bad place and it's a dark fucking time in my life. But I know I will never find a girl that loves me this much ever again. And I will never find a girl who rides for me this hard ever again.
I watched this before. I was wondering where this was going. So what? She's like, she's amazing because she used his chest as a pillow instead of a jacket?
Oh, you're missing the point.
She stood by him when he was struggling?
You're missing the point.
Well, tell me.
This comedy is supposed to be funny.
But I think I was the only one laughing at that point when I realized what the story was.
I'm sorry. No, that was not cool.
I'm going to be honest with you, all right? I've laid my head on a jacket before. My girl's titties feel way better. I don't think she was doing you a big song. I just think it's more comfortable.
No, it's cute.
It's cute, but it's also more comfortable. Like he asking like she slept on a bed of nails so he could have a jacket. That's what this story sounds like. And it's like, no, she slept on your chest because it's more comfy. And she's like, hey, you can have this jacket.
Yeah. You don't want to sleep on a jacket that went outside.
Oh, yeah.
Like, your jacket's been outside all day long. Like, it's going to fuck up my skin.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We don't have cash for my routine, but at least I'm not going to fuck up my skin.
I was not expecting that. But, you know,
no, it's cute.
It's a cute story.
I think it's a cute story.
It's a cute story.
I think it's a cute story. Now, he was trying to prove that she was not a gold digger.
I hate that I know too much about this person now because of all the clips that are everywhere. But yeah, it's a stand-up set, so half of the stories are not true. I don't know why he lied about being broke when he met her, because I used to think that was the case. And it turns out the dude was making six figures when they met.
And then all of a sudden, end of 2017, all the shows started suddenly getting canceled one by one. So I went from making like a low six figures, nothing crazy, but six figures.
Not making much money. I was getting $25 a night doing stand-up on MTV shows that paid dog shit money.
7 MTV shows. I wasn't making crazy money. I was making like low six figures.
He was getting a lot of work from MTV. Like his first show was Wildin' Out, and then he did Guy Code, and he was just like on a bunch of MTV shows, and he was able to like reach a six-figure salary.
6 figures, I don't care where you are, that's good money. Even in New York, that's good money. Nigga, half the people in New York live there making half that amount. Fair.
She moved into our place, and then all of a sudden, end of 2017, all the shows started suddenly getting canceled one by one. I'm going broke. So 2018, we're doing the flagrant. My wife, financially anxious person, is like, what is going on? Like, we're talking about getting married? Is this what it's going to...
That's what I'm saying when they pick on things, because they're calling it a gold digger. Low six figures to gold digger is not much. Not the gold digging people I don't know.
I don't disagree. I actually agree with you on that point.
Then that's the normal gold digging people. You have to add a Indian gold digger on top of that.
Well, okay, it's a balance. You are early 30s making low six figures as an entertainer. You are top 1%.
Yes, but it's
period.
Gold digger. The keyword is gold digger. And why I'm saying, oh shit, preacher said Indian gold digger, that's good. No, because I think that even culturally, different countries, the gold digging is going to be even more because they're going to feel like their parents need someone to be like already out there. Like it's already a thing. He makes comedy about that, you know, in order for your family or for your daughter to be able, he has to marry like a doctor. That's not even gold digging status. That's basic. What does he do? He has to be a doctor. So if your base is doctor, he has to be a doctor, someone that makes money. The people that are going to be considered gold diggers are going to be even more than that.
Just because somebody digs more gold than her doesn't mean she's not a gold digger.
I think that it's low 6 figures is low for gold digging for her. Gold diggers would be like a little bit.
I disagree. I think all that gold digging title means is that you're looking at someone, their financial status, their money, and you're looking at someone in the top end brackets, and that's what you're going for. That's gold digging to people. That's how people use it. You know, they're not looking at, are you doing one? He's a top percenter. Now, you can say by Indian standards, whatever, most Indians are not marrying doctors or the equivalent.
Yeah,
they can have whatever standard. They're marrying regular ass niggas.
100%. But the thing is, what I'm trying to say basically is that started from the bottom. Now she's here. She didn't start as a gold digger or a prime gold digger, but she worked her way up there. Definitely.
How did she work her way up?
Oh, by different things. You can work your way up into being a gold digger by going out with someone that is an enabler. But if you're going out with someone that's giving or needs to prove something, and always gives, then you become that thing because it becomes the norm.
Yeah, but their argument is that she was from the start, that she looked at his status, because they met at a comedy festival, the dude was doing good, he was already on television. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's gold digging by any standard. The only reason I even brought this up is because when he's telling the story, if you listen to what he says that when they met, he was just making $25 a show.
You can choose your truth there. You could be making 6 figures and still making shows at $25. Like right now, I am doing comedy shows at $25 a week. You know what I mean? Sure. You know what I mean? Sure. So you could tell your story and be like, hey, back then I was just making $25. Yes, but you were always so doing good. It's not because you're making $25, because the standard for you to just make those shows out there here and there is $25. You can also make some money.
Yes. I think the only thing that's just telling is like before he did this whole scandal, he was telling the story. We met, I was on MTV, we had a bad time, she stayed with me. Now after this, when we met, I was broke. I was doing $25 shows, and the reason why he's having to lie about it or change the story up is to make her look better.
Mm-hmm. That's all. But he has to.
You don't have to do nothing. You're choosing that. You don't have to get up on stage and lie.
But you don't want to mean by he has to. He doesn't have a gun into his tent. Yeah. Oh, I have to. Or they're gonna blow my head up. No, that's what I want to mean by he has to. In order to fit whatever narrative he's trying to go with, he needs to lie.
Whenever these like scandals break out, I always tell myself, bro, 95% of this goes away if you just admit it. They can only use it against you because you're pretending to be something you're not. Own it. But you get on your pod, you get like your big dog, and that's why people keep coming back for more as they discover it.
You know what? Even if it's not true, sometimes, not every time, you just be like, yeah, sure. Example. Preach is gay. Yes. Preach is 5'5". Yes.
Yes, own it. Well, you don't want to argue with lies. Yes. That's a waste of time.
And then what? Then I become an underdog, and when you see me and you see the truth, you're like, oh shit, I really thought I was like, yes, I know. Because I didn't fight it.
You know, I know it's Thanksgiving, a lot of people are like, oh, the reason why Flagrant hasn't uploaded in 2 weeks or whatever. You know, listen, I'm sure they're just taking some time off and they'll get to it when they get to it. But I did think it was funny that she came back and she started to pod right away, and they haven't put out that app. And ever since that, everything has been downvoted 50%. I didn't realize it would be that much dislike. Because to me, even though the situation's hilarious and he is a bit of a cuck, I don't think it warranted all of that from their fan base, but apparently it does. I was surprised by that. This is from the latest podcast where they did after they came back from their trip right now.
And except when Aakash comes home from a very rough weekend, did like 3-4 shows, and he goes, can you walk happy? Because I'm tired.
Honestly, yes. Retweet, but also Aakash hasn't been doing shit for Happy this week because he's been sick. So
also
whatever.
Men being sick, horrible.
I hate men being sick. It's the worst genre of man. They're so
It's the worst genre of men. Yeah, what's your genre? Oh, I like pop, I like indie, I like hip hop, but I really dislike sick men. Like, it's a genre. God forbid we catch a cold, bitch. Sorry.
The way this guy has been sleeping in his cocoon, like he's been hibernating, it's like you think he fucking came down with like fucking TB or something. Like girls, like this is a true story. Before I had my gallbladder emergency surgery, I was in so
journalism school for a project, and I was like, well, I should just get the interview done. I did the interview, then went to the emergency room. That's how fucking tough girls are.
It's truly when they're sick.
It depends on how you see it.
And I think,
if you have a gallbladder surgery, then and you're like, let me just do this, and maybe you're stupid. Maybe you're fucking dumb.
I know men are tough because Akash tolerates you, and it's been 10 years. Bitch, you couldn't last 2 seconds in his shoes.
You know what?
You had to be nice to him one day out of the year, and you were losing your life. He cooks for you every day and his birthday. Hey, that's real pay, bitch.
You know what? There's sometimes that men are stupid too. Like, we don't get you. It happens to me too. I'm not gonna be like, I'm super tough. No. I'm stupid sometimes and don't get checked. You got what? No.
I refuse to feel bad for Akash. He chose it as his problem. Good Lord.
Like, it's a little cold. It's like,
Yeah.
can you please get me a blanket and soup? And of course I do that. I love my mans.
I do it, but I'm like, here.
Man up.
Man up.
Yeah, get your fucking shit together. We gotta go to Mew Mew on Sunday.
We have plans, Sunday.
She is unsufferable. And that's not even being mean. It's just if you look at that and you're like, okay, that person is unsufferable, dislikable, whatever. And the problem that he has is that, oh, you're the reason she's like that because you're excusing everything she does. And you kind of have no grounds of calling that out. And people don't like that. And in the position where Flagrant Podcast is, where you flame everything, you see behavior like that, and you're not calling that, but you're willing to call everybody and everybody else's relationship, calling everybody like I said or cut. He's willing to do that. He's willing to do it, but we found you in that position with that person that is unsufferable, and then you don't say nothing, and you on top when you say something, you excuse it. People are gonna have a problem with that.
I don't think the insufferable part is the worst part for me. I think she is like the quintessential problem with what people have with modern feminism, in that she upholds all these ideas. She whines about the patriarchy. She whines about men and how, like, reductive they can be and how mean-spirited and how, like, they can just see women as objects. And then at the same time, she wants to be, like, in her feminine energy, and she wants men to man up, and she wants men to be men and provide for women, but she doesn't want to be traditional. Like, she justifies that Bill Burr bit where, he goes to the fucking buffet and he picks out what he wants. She justifies all that shit, and she don't do the traditional stuff, and she don't put out when he wants, and she don't cook and clean, and she don't do that. But she still yaks about this. Oh, the patriarchy. I'm like, bitch, if the patriarchy exists, it's because of people like you. If the patriarchy is going to continue to thrive, or it's going to get a resurgence, it's going to be like people like you who are going to be the reason. Because you get on these pods and you justify why a lot of these men would be wary of you. Like a lot of this stuff I see. Personally, I think it's goofy to be like, you see, this is why the red pill exists. Like, nigga, you can have self-respect without the red pill, okay? I don't know, men have existed for thousands of years without the red pill, and you had to run their fucking lives. And people today don't know what the red pill is and have self-respect for themselves in their relationship. So, you don't need it. But people have this, like, fear-based response, and so they see this and they go, oh, no, like, I was hurt by women too, so I'm gonna be a red. It's fucking retarded. But it doesn't change the fact that her behavior does feel that stuff.
One day, you may recount grand tales of glory.
Star Report. I'm your host, Star. Welcome to the show. It's Wednesday evening. You see the title, Sean Combs, The Reckoning, 4-part docuseries review. I watched it for you, the entire docuseries. Nothing surprised me. I've seen it all before. However, for you, it's required viewing. It's required viewing. I think it was very well put together. I'm going to give you some of the details, the notes. If you have not seen it, I suggest that you do. Sean Combs, a.k.a. Puff Daddy. I'm not calling him Puff Daddy tonight. You guys can chime in with Diddy, the Diddler, but I'm going to go back into time. Born in 1969, born in Harlem, New York. However, raised in Mount Vernon, New York. He is not a Harlem nigga. Please stop with that. He never knew his father. His father died when he was 2 years old. His mother, well, the woman who gave birth to him We know her as Mama Combs. I say this with all due respect. Janice Combs. She was more like his sister. Thus the reason why they were, scrapping. Gave him a lot of things he, like myself, wanted, needed, and he did go to some private schools, like myself. I'm going to try and be objective here, but I like the guy. We had history. When I got arrested in 2006, I'm sitting in the interrogation room with my feet up, having a hoagie and a cup of coffee. In comes his lawyer, Benjamin Rathman, and he says, Mr. Terrain, Mr. Combs says, whatever you got, whatever you need, he's got it. Bail money, whatever. Real niggas do real things. So, I want to give you some context here with regards to this docu-series, but it's very necessary in this day and time. Let me also say this. Diddy is one of the last music moguls that you will see. Arrogant, confident, cocky, conceited, and convinced. You heard me describe myself like that as well. Confident, conceited, and convinced. He's the last of the last. He's been sat down, as you know, and this docu-series put together by Curtis 50 Cent Jackson. Oh, 50. 50's a good nigga too, but 50's day, his day is coming, and he's going to have to answer to, I don't know anything about, sexual allegations, but destroying, or let me say allegedly destroying the career of Young Buck. He's going to have to answer for that one day. So, as I said, I watch it. Episode 1, which is on Netflix, Pain versus Love. Episode 2, What Goes Down Must Come Up. Episode 3, Official Girl. Episode 4, Blink Again. Have you seen it? Phone lines are open. I want to hear from you. Even if you haven't seen it, but if you have any experience in the quote-unquote music industry, or as we used to refer to it back in the days, the business of music, I'd like to hear from you. I'm going to throw some things out there, just random things that come to mind. I did not take a lot of notes here. I'm just looking at the Wikipedia of the actual docu-series, but I didn't write notes and type things down. Is her name Capricorn, his former assistant? I don't know her. I don't believe her. I don't believe her. And on some silly shit, what's up with her gray teeth? Good evening, troll babies. Is it me or were her teeth gray? Girl, how do you get up on a goddamn docu-series with gray-ass teeth? Does she smoke, sour diesel, hydro? What the fuck? I'm sorry, guys. We're not doing members only tonight. Deeds should be monitoring the live chat, so keep that in mind, okay? I do want to touch on what my homie spoke about. Diddy being accused of charging the Biggie estate for his funeral. I can see that. Business reasons, tax reasons. Mama Combs owns 75% Bad Boy, and like my friend Kirk used to own 25%. Kirk and I are still very cool. We have a lot of history. We were texting today, and I told him, hey man, whatever you need, let me know. Kirk Burroughs, he was probably the most convincing and the best person in the docu-series. Kirk was done wrong. I will say that. Regardless of how I feel about Diddy, Kirk was done wrong. Area code 602. Good evening. We're talking about the docu-series. Are you up to speed? Came out on Netflix.
Hey guys, this is Paula from Arizona.
Hey, baby. What's cracking?
I'm good. Yeah, I saw it. It didn't add much to, what we already knew. It gave some other people's side of the story, some rumors that we heard, especially like about your friend Kurt. And, I was glad that he at least was able to tell his own story. So that I was good to see. I was glad to see. And, with a friend and praying for him, he seemed like he's, okay today, despite all that he's been through. So, there's that. One of the things that Aubrey, I think she has talked so much. I don't really have a lot of, I won't say that she doesn't have credibility. I'll just say that she just kind of talked a lot along the way because she wanted to get her story out over the years. So she does her own thing. I'm not a fan of hers, so there's that with that. One of the things that I was surprised to see was the part that I didn't feel like it was necessary as much as I like Eric's sermon. I didn't think it was necessary to add him and Lisa and Diddy's part of it. I didn't think it was relevant.
The Green Eyed Bandit is my nigga, but let's not get it fucked up. Patterson, New Jersey, once upon a time, niggas ran down. He had to jump off of a balcony because he was smashing somebody's girl or wife. You know about that?
No.
Come on. If we're gonna talk, goddamn, let's talk. Come on.
I was at Prairie View when all this stuff was going on in the country, so I don't know.
Prairie View A&M? Prairie View A&M?
Yep. Yep, so those were the days that I hated Diddy. I started down there in Texas, and I hated Diddy from the beginning. I couldn't stand it, so I'm not a Diddy fan at all. He did what he did. I saw him come up. I liked the artist that he had, the music, but I wasn't a fan of his personally. So, there's that. But,
hang on, baby, because, listen, I watched intensely every episode of Ready to Talk. What's going on with Capricorn Clark with her great teeth? The fuck?
Well, I think her day was in the past, and maybe she just didn't age well. I just turned 55, and I see myself in there, and I'm like, oh, I've had a better day. So I ain't gonna talk about.
But hold on. Now, I mean, unless she's got some type of sickness, I don't know. But when you get up on a goddamn documentary, shouldn't you bleach your teeth? I bleach my teeth. I'm sick of mine. I bleach my teeth, right? Right? These are my teeth. These are not veneers. These are not dentures. Come on, I'm on that picky shit. I want this docu-series. Come on.
I can agree with you on that you want to put your best foot forward if you're going to be on a docu-series on Netflix that everybody and their mama's going to see. I didn't know what she looked like. When they did the court hearing, all we saw was the sketches, and I think I saw her pass the camera, but I'd never seen her. So this was my first time seeing who she was, what she looked like, and what she was about. So,
hang on, baby. Somebody in live chat said easy start. Diddy knocked her fronts out. Easy, big nigga. Okay, well, I don't know. I mean, all right. So, you saw all 4 episodes? All 4?
I saw all 4.
What do you think about Kirk saying that Diddy charged the Biggie estate for his own funeral? What do you think?
It sounds like some dude would do like that, Diddy, he was treacherous on doing the same thing that other folks out here do. No different than Trump. They take all the money and they don't necessarily give it back. And instead of, being a decent person and paying for the funeral, he charged. And I thought that was, I guess, par for the course for the type of person that he is. I wasn't shocked. But it looked like that's the kind of dude he is. Then he's cashed like that. So, I wasn't shocked about it. I just felt like, he's a buster like that.
Well, hang on now, because if we're talking about, charging something back, allegedly, supposedly, and Kirk is my friend. I didn't even ask him about that today. We were just texting. I'm asking him, is he okay? Does he need me for anything? I mean, I could have him call in, cam up, but I don't want to do that to him. I want him to go to other platforms to really give a story that brings him some type of financial gain. He deserves it. But now, with regards to Whitney Houston, did Whitney's family pay for the funeral? Let's have that conversation.
I must have missed that part about the Whitney Houston part. I didn't recall seeing that.
The answer is no. Whitney's family did not pay for the funeral, so somebody paid for it and wrote it off for taxes. That's the point I'm trying to make. So, whether he laid the money out and then charged it back to them, I mean, this is what people do. I mean, people who don't understand that type of strategy or business. So let me
ask you this, Scott. Let me ask you this. So did he not owe Biggie some money for some of the deal that they had for the records that they had already done? I was under the assumption, based on the conversation, that there was some money owed that he could have maybe donated to the family or his cut of a record or something to that effect. And that in lieu of that he went around that part of it and said, you know what, why should I give them that money? Why don't I charge them for it and then I can keep my money? Or take the money back or whatever, however he did it. But it was more of a tactic to retain the money that he so-called was going to give to them. And it seemed like he carved the money back, however he did it out of that funeral. That's how I put it.
Okay, you've done a lot of assuming, and that's fine. Again, I'm not here to defend Diddy. I've already said, I've gone on records and said that he got old and sloppy because back in the 80s when he and I first met and he was Puff Daddy and he was having rehearsals with Father MC, he wasn't fucking with no types of drugs. That wasn't who he was. So, but now, with regards to funerals, you know, people pay for their own funerals with life insurance, yes?
Yes. I didn't think that Biggie had the life insurance policy, so
Biggie had nothing, baby.
Yeah.
Biggie, hold on a second, Biggie.
Correct.
Biggie had nothing. Biggie had a whole bunch of bum niggas around him, and if you really want to know, niggas ran up in Biggie's house, stealing shit, snatching plaques off the wall. Those are the bum niggas. And again, not trying to defend Diddy.
Yeah.
Those are the bum niggas. The second album didn't come out? Yes. Right or wrong? When Biggie got laid down.
Yeah. That's what it was. Mm-hmm.
So a businessman would have to recoup. I gotta recoup. It's just business. Good night to play, baby. Let you play.
I'm a little thing. There was a lot going on in that video.
Your phone's breaking up, baby. Your phone's breaking up. Please make the adjustments so we can hear you.
Oh, sorry. Is that any better? It's my phone. Is it any better?
Well, go ahead and let you play, baby.
Okay. So the only thing that I was thinking was that when this lawsuit came out from Diddy, I don't think that, or whatever it is, the cease and desist, that he's not going to get it. Because whoever it was, I think it's the documenter of the video, I think he gave that to 50 Cent.
Baby, your phone's breaking up, but thank you, darling. Thank you for calling. Thank you. She's calling from a phone that losing the signal or something. A Boogie said Lil Rod waking up with body pain and no memory of what happened. Chaka chaka cha. Her. And how many years did that nigga work with Diddy doing music? Did he punk him out? Nigga, if you playing all the instruments and producing and sitting there, you getting high off a horse tranquilizer, allegedly, or whatever the fuck you're doing, who's to blame? Puff Daddy or you? Everybody hold on a second. Deed says 1997. The Devil's Advocate. Anybody seen that film? I dare you to call in and break that one down. Probably too far back. Hang on a second. Is this my main nigga on the trigger? Florida Boy J, good evening, sir. Is that you tapping in? Wednesday night.
Listen, man. Star, we got to break down the devil in the flesh. And
let's work. The worst devil is the black devil, and I think this is a 4-part expose on, if not the biggest black devil in Western civilization, which is Diddy. This one of the most dark and disgusting individuals that we've ever seen from. And when you want to talk about demons, you want to talk about the devil's advocate, and it's funny that the lawyer can't.
You ever seen that film?
Actually,
you ever seen that film?
Absolutely, one of my favorite movies. Keanu Reeves actually came out of Jacksonville, and the character actually came out of Jacksonville in that movie.
Right.
A lot of people don't know that, and pretty much how he was talented, but it was a certain energy, a certain doors he was able to walk through, but it did not come without side effects. But at the end of the day, it was a choice. These people aren't here on accident. If you watch even at the Stampede in '93, what was very eerie about that footage is him low-key looking at a dead body, turning around and walking away. And if you pay attention to the symbolism, why in that moment of chaos, he was rocking all white. Here's the colors that he was wearing. You're rocking all white in one of the darkest moments. And then when you just certain things.
Hold on a second, Florida Boy J. Hold on. You're talking about was it City College charity basketball game? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Clearly he had on the white, was it white linen before the people got trampled to death? You're talking about that scene where he was standing in the on the court, he's looking around?
And nonchalantly walked off like somebody dropped a $20 bill. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. If I understand you correctly, you said the worst devil's a black devil. I agree with you, but now hang on a second. The man beat most of the charges, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. If we can go back, one of my favorite bands growing up as a kid, The Who. I think it was either Cincinnati or Cleveland, Ohio. You ever heard me talk about this? I think it was maybe 11 people trampled to death at a Who concert. You ever heard about this?
Yep, I have.
That's the industry. So it's not like he's the only person to be involved in something like that. Go ahead.
Yeah, so you look at that, and then what also further proves one of the biggest chumps in hip-hop history is Biggie Small, or Notorious B.I.G., because if you know it's hot, why you let this man parade you around like a slave, going to these award shows, going to these parties? You have an international flight you need to take in the morning. You know the block is hot. Even the gang that's protecting you is telling you, hey, people are coming to get theirs. We can protect you as much as we can, but it is what it is out here. You know you fulfilled all your obligations, like you said, as far as performing, doing this, doing that, recording final verses in the intros to the album. You know you go on that plane to the UK, and you don't go because Diddy called you and tell you, nah, you're not going. And it's most people say you want to go, but you let a man chump you and stand in LA, going to this party, and getting clapped like two butt cheeks on a stripper pole.
I hear you talking. Hang on a second, but I'm not going to clown Notorious B.I.G. He's not here to defend himself. He died a very tragic death. And to be precise, Kirk Burroughs, my friend, and he is a friend, is the one who told Biggie we're staying here. Kirk ran Bad Boy. That's a fact. But let's switch up here for a second with regards to the 4 episodes. Anything stand out to you with regards to your generation, the younger generation, that you really found to be worthy content or something that taught you something?
For the most part, just like Mark Curry's book, Dance with the Devil, that came out, I want to say maybe 2007, 2008, I've been early on the Diddy is evil train, so all of this stuff that came out wasn't new to me. This wasn't any breaking news. Outside of the details, Kirk tied a lot of his. I feel like he was the most valuable interviewee out of everybody, even to the point where he broke down the rented cars of the weekend of Tupac's murder in Vegas. in those finances. And one of the most gangster things I've ever seen, and this is not giving it props, this is just how cruel and dark it is. I'm going to lead you to your death and then roll you around your own hood. That's gangster. I'm sorry. And they make you pay for it. That's gangster. I'm sorry.
Okay.
And then rewrite the contract to make sure you don't even eat what you already agreed upon. I'm gonna whack you and then roll you.
I need you to slow down, homie, because he has not been convicted of killing Notorious B.I.G. Take a breath. It's good to have you back on your show, but what I'm not going to do is just say anything. I mean, Diddy's sending out cease and desist letters. You know, I'm sure he's going to be clapping back legally. You have no knowledge of Diddy being involved in the death of Notorious B.I.G. Continue on.
Right. And on top of the fact, what I gotten from this interview was how much we were robbed. I think one of the part where I think the hair kind of stood up on the back of my neck watching this was when he was doing the Every Breath You Take dance with Sting right after, or how he got Rolling Stone cover, and just remembering faintly about 97, 98, but it was all that. It was all just puffy. And it's like you took away Tupac, you took away Death Row, you took away Biggie, so you could be the last man shining, the last nigga on the dance floor. And just seeing how derailed he took the culture somewhere. We can't say he was responsible for people's misfortunes and this and that. But the way they lined it up with how many people who came in contact with him that experienced grave levels of misfortune while he skated off into prosperity.
Okay.
That's what I got from my generation.
By the way, 1979, the Who, 11 people trampled to death. For those who care, just wanted to follow back up with that. Cincinnati, Ohio, December the 3rd, 1979, 11 people trampled to death because, you know, what we also have to, I think, you know, not let it be perceived as just, you know, this black guy, you know, was so diabolical and he's the only one who's ever done this sort of jazz. I mean, I may get into other examples of Caucasians who have done far worse, but, you know, I want you guys to speak and have your say. All right, man, anything else you want to mention with regards to your platform, pardon me, for the boy Jay?
Yeah, man, the show's going good. We did an episode last week. The numbers are really, really good, even when I'm not doing any promotion distribution, they're just naturally growing. So, to everybody watching the show, tuning in, we're going to go live tomorrow afternoon to break down Mark Lamont Hill, going back and forth with Brian McKnight and getting down and dirty in that topic. But I will say this, before I sign off. The reason why you may hear me very turned up about this topic is because I was robbed. My generation, we were robbed of greatness. We were robbed of Biggie and Tupac. We were robbed of Tony. We were robbed of a lot of talent in the industry, and because Diddy used Andre Harrell's business tactics, Clive Davis savvy, and you know, like you said, it's just business. We do understand that. But the people's lives that have forever been altered by his influence in our culture might be irreparable damage, and that's what I get from and take away from this document. Not just the victims he directly came in contact with, but the influence that he has that's placed us 3 steps back in black culture. And I will sign off on that. So I
appreciate the call. Thank you, man. Okay.
Absolutely.
Florida boy Jay tapping in. Hey Lydia, nice to hear from you. Yes, I watched all 4 parts of the docu-series. All 4 parts. I'm going to say it's required viewing for those of you young people who you're thinking about getting into the industry. Nothing's going to change. Let's be clear. Nothing's going to change in the quote-unquote industry. When you have such an arena where people want to become famous, the noticeable ones, they will compromise themselves and other things. That's just human nature. Let me also say this with regards to some of your parents or some of you who have gotten a taste of success. maybe not necessarily a one-hit wonder, but you've gotten an experience. You've done some shows, you've traveled, and you say, you know what? I don't want to be a part of that shit. I respect those people, the ones who go get a job, you know? They focus on the family, raising kids. That's a more honorable profession, but nothing is going to change with regard to the industry. But again, we're having a discussion here this evening, okay? Let me go to area code 313. Hey there, good evening. We're talking about the 4-part docu-series. Are you up to speed? Area code 313.
Yes, I am up to speed.
Hey.
Star. So I was going to say, I think the most that I took, I guess a good point from the documentary that I didn't realize is that that Puff and Suge were really good friends, you know, prior to. Like, everybody made it seem like it was close and kind of like, issues with gangs and stuff like that. But it wasn't any of that. And, I mean, basically it was kind of like, you know, they used Pac, you know, in the grand scheme of things or whatever, just to kind of, you know, move around on the chessboard, so to speak. He leveraged Pac to get back at Puff, you know.
Take your time, darling. I'm in no rush. I want to hear from you. Take your time. Continue.
Thanks. No, I was just going to say, I found that part kind of interesting because I did not know that. And it was kind of interesting how they talked about how was jealous of the friendship with Pac and Big. And I mean, we saw that with all of his relationships, you know, so it seems, right, based on the docuseries.
Can I jump in?
So a little. Oh, yeah, go for it.
Okay. Now, we can all pretty much figure out 50 Cent's motive for doing this docu-series. Hell, he's got to raise a son. I don't even know his son's name. The eldest one is Marquise, but I don't know the little one's name, whose mother was indeed slutted out by Sean Combs.
Yeah.
That was part of the trial. Slutted her out.
Right. Yep.
So yes, 50 had to make this docu-series so that when that little nigga gets older, 50 can say, well, you know, mom's had a bad experience, and mom's went crazy, and you know, I went after the nigga who slutted her out, so I didn't just sit back and do nothing. We got all that. But with regards to Diddy, he follows a lineage, if you will, of executives and other people who have done far worse. Weinstein, just to name one, and the, oh my goodness, the history of American film. I don't know how old you are, but do you remember, or did you ever see the older films where men used to smack women right on goddamn screen?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
Come on.
Black exploitation movies. Yeah, for sure.
No, not black exploitation. I'm talking about Humphrey Bogart and old white, black and white films.
No. I know who they are and heard of movies, but no.
Take your time. I just want
what do you think about he and his son? I guess they were doing like some freak offs and stuff together. Do you?
Which one?
Well, and when I say the one that was rumored, what is
Justin or King Combs?
Justin.
Okay,
Yeah,
now.
the one who's rumored to be the son of Wolf.
Well, okay, I don't know about that. Correct me if I'm wrong. His mother is Misa, yes? Justin?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, if you ask me, I've never met Justin. I used to eat at the restaurant, Justin's, and Mama Combs ran down on me. I'll tell you about that later. I would imagine he raised him kind of similar to how Mama Combs raised Puff Daddy, you know? As a friend, as opposed to being, I'm your dad, but at the same time, I'm your friend, nigga. I mean, that's what I would assume. Come on.
So, don't you think that there's something a little bit bizarre there about he and his mother's relationship, the whole kissy stuff. And if you, like, my whole thing is, like, if you're willing to have, like, a freak off with your kid, right, there's no limit to what you would do. And I'm just, I don't know, I feel like his, you know, his proclivities, right? Don't just, it's not just for, you know, adults and women, maybe men, perhaps possibly children. I don't know, it's weird. I mean, yeah, I was really shocked too.
Stay with me. Can I jump in?
Yeah.
Okay. How old was Mama Combs when she had Diddy? I forget. He was born in '69, and again, his father died when he was 2 years old. He never knew his father. And Mama Combs, for those who know, she was a hustler. She was a get money type of girl, right? She worked at an after-hours spot. He grew up in a middle-class setting in money-earning Mount Vernon. Yes? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yep.
But how old was she when she had him? Do you know?
Having the slightest, I do not know.
Are you a mother?
I am.
I say this with all due respect. There's a very famous rapper out there. I'm not going to say his name because I wouldn't kick dirt on him. He and I are very cool. His mother taught him how to French kiss. Shh, don't say his name.
I won't. Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm talking about.
I do. Mm-hmm.
Stay with me. We're gonna talk this through.
It's a certain type of woman.
Black mothers. Maybe I'm going down the wrong path there. You know, my mama's Caucasian, but black mothers have done a lot of things with their black sons that one would perceive to be odd. I had a homie back in the 80s. I used to go pick him up sometime before we went downtown to Midtown Manhattan. And here I come into the goddamn apartment. He's sitting there at the kitchen table eating his breakfast. His mother and his sister were smoking crack together.
I mean, okay, so here's my thing. Well, I hear your point, but that's not limited or specific to, you know, black women and, you know, child bearing, right? Because
if I'm out of pocket, say, Star, you out of pocket. Say, stay out of pocket.
I didn't hear you. You said what?
If I'm out of pocket, just say, Star, you're out of pocket. That's good.
Oh, yeah, you are. Because, I mean, you know how white people do. I mean, they're infamous for that. Because, I mean, just like black kids, like, they don't just, like, it's a gradual thing with us. It's like, okay, well, maybe I'll smoke a cigarette. I don't know, maybe I'll smoke some weed. They just start smoking crack and shooting up heroin at the age of 15 with their parents. We don't do that kind of stuff, you know?
Well, I'm just talking about the relationship with regards to Mama Combs and Puff Daddy. How old was she when she had him? That's my theory, that they grew up brother and sister. Damn all that, you know, I'm your mom. Because if you've ever followed, hold on a second. Dee sent me a text message. Janice and Diddy about she was 29 years of age. You're saying, Deeds?
Well, she was old enough to know. I mean, I had my daughter when I was 27.
Okay.
I'm 37, you know?
But were you a baller and a go-getter like Mama Combs? Let's keep it real.
No, sir. College educated project manager. No, thank you. No. No. Absolutely not.
Go ahead, land your plane, darling. Take your time. I've enjoyed talking to you. Come on. Take your time.
No. No, I don't really have much else to contribute to the conversation. I just find it interesting, you know, about the sign and stuff. And I would just be curious to know, right? What other proclivities that he has outside of, you know, obviously taking advantage of, people in I guess, you know, in bad situations in life that allowed him to do that to them, right? Because, I mean, it's easy to kind of like blame to blame him or blame them, right? Or just to blame them, like, oh, you know, you're stupid, right? Because you allowed a person to do that. But it's just like, just because you can do something to somebody or just because you can doesn't mean you should, right? So I don't know.
Thank you, darling. I appreciate the call.
You got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye now.
Let me tell you something else that I learned about black mothers when I moved to New York in 1981. I dare you to call me and tell me I'm lying. The guys that I met and hung out with, and when I met their moms, if I met their moms at all, their mothers told them, don't you bring no black bitch in my home. Let me look in the live chat. Anybody want to admit to that? Anybody's black mother told their black son, don't you bring no black bitch into my home. The point I'm trying to make, if there even is a point, is that maybe the relationship with Mama Combs and Diddy was a brother and sister relationship. If you look at those pictures in the docu-series, in the first episode, hold on a second, Pain versus Love, you see she was dressing him like, you know, like he was the Mac, or he was a pimp from the 70s films. Yes, no? Hang on a second, somebody says good point, Star. Okay. All right. Call in, phone lines open, but I want you guys to have your say and speak freely. Let me go to area code 760. Hey there, good evening. We're talking about the 4-part series, Sean Combs, The Reckoning. Did you see it? Area code 7.
Yeah. Yeah?
Yes, sir.
I saw it. I saw it.
Oh, wait, sir.
Yeah, how you doing, Star? How you doing, Star? Thank you for taking my call. Yes, sir. Thank you for taking my call. Well, I'm gonna start with this. Like, you know, they tend to try to have the black man the face of deviance right now with pussy, and just like they doing with Jay-Z, having him to be the face of the Illuminati and stuff. You know, they try to create that picture. But my thing is, on the docu-series, I don't know that girl. I don't know that woman's name. That girl name that was in that singing group, and she was reading that paper.
Oh yeah. I forget her name. She was one of the girls. I'm gonna find her name in a second. She's the one she asked Diddy for 5 racks. 5,000 for legal fees to try and get the kids back. That's you talking about?
But no. I'm talking about the one that was reading the white girl. The white girl.
I don't remember, sir. I'm looking for you to educate me.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, she claimed. Well, somebody else claimed that she had one pole stuck in behind her, another pole in her mouth, and she's sitting there acting like she wasn't even part of it. They was talking about her, and she was acting like she wasn't even part of it. And then she claimed that she got, she claimed she was out of it and got raped.
Well, Aubrey O'Day, sir, is the Caucasian female who is sitting there talking about she doesn't know if she was raped or not. Supposedly, somebody opened up the door. I think that was the black chick. Supposedly, Diddy was sliding up in her, and some light-skinned nigga had his tool in her mouth. Is that what you're trying to say, sir?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. It just seemed funny. It was just funny. And I think it was just a lot of cap right there. And then the guy Rod.
Well, hang on a second. Kalina Harper, is that the one who you were referring to at first? Was that the one who asked Diddy for the 5 racks? I want to give you your time.
Oh, okay. Let's go there. She seemed like she had stuff back. You know, she got P Diddy back. Like she didn't turn against him. But yeah, the 5 racks. Like Diddy was stingy with that money. The man worked a bit got him, had a pocket full of money. Craig Mack were hurting, and he gave a man $100. That was just so crazy. Like, what we doing?
Were you a street nigga, sir? A street nigga?
I don't know what that. I really don't know what that means. Street nigga.
Well, if you're a street nigga, sir, you don't fill niggas' bellies. You know, I mean, some niggas buy other niggas slave chains. They buy them Jordans. But if you got wolves, supposed wolves, you a street nigga, they're street niggas. You don't fill up their belly. You keep them hungry. So I hear what you're saying, but with regards to this woman, and I hope I'm making reference to the right one, Kalina. Kalina asked Diddy for 5 racks, something about trying to get her kids back in a divorce. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
How do we know that she's not 250K in the red? Bitch, you already owe me $250,000. Now you want another 5 racks. I can't do it right now. Go ahead, land your planes.
But he turned around. Okay, I'm gonna land my plane. But he turned around and asked her to make a statement for him.
Yeah.
And she did it.
Yeah. You're in the red, bitch. Damn near $250,000. I need a favor now. Gotta go, sir. Thank you. He's killing the vibe. God damn, he's confusing me. I had to Google this woman's name. Shit. Hey there, good evening. 770. Please watch the language. We're talking about The Reckoning, the 4-part docu-series. Are you there? 7.
I'm here, Paul.
Hey.
It's me, Pat Lady.
Hey, what's up, girl? Good
Hey,
evening. Good to hear from you.
Huh? Good to hear from you, too. So, do you do shout-outs? I just want to shout out.
No, Pat Lady, you know I don't do no goddamn shout-outs. Slow that down. You know we don't do that. What's cracking?
Oh, my bad. I wasn't sure. I don't know. It's late. But, you know, he did a good job. What about checkmate? Good grief.
You think so? You think it's checkmate?
Yeah, I think that was a powerful documentary. It was powerful for me. Because, you know, we all knew and heard a lot of stuff and this to this and this to that. But he connected all the dots for me. I don't know about anybody else. But all the dots were connected to me. That's why I think it was so powerful. The funeral, Biggie's funeral, and the way he did that, I mean, you know, my mother was the first black female funeral director in Queens, New York. And they...
I don't think I'm having trouble hearing you. Can you make the adjustments on your phone? You say your mother was the first funeral director? Is that what you said?
First black female funeral director in Queens, New York. So in 1965, at the age of 26, she bought and opened her own funeral home. So, and held it down for 50 years. They have built the street after her. But, so when it comes to funerals and stuff, it's very near and dear and sensitive to me. And I just thought it was absolutely disgusting how he said, yeah, he's going to have the biggest funeral and spent all this money and then charged it to his estate. That was the same thing he wanted to have a big funeral like that. And bigger than that, I mean, in the funeral business, you got to understand, that's the only business where it's okay to be discriminatory. You know, Irish people go to Irish funeral directors. There's cemeteries, Catholic cemeteries. If you ain't Catholic, you can't be buried in that cemetery. Jewish cemeteries, Haitian cemeteries. And it's okay, people understand it. But I think black people are...
This season, restore your ride for half the price. Stop by for a free estimate. Pick your paint package, pay up front. No drop-off required. You don't need a new car. Just a fresh start. Better get makeup.
take on the insurance company on your own after a wreck. Those guys are tight as a tip when paying your payout. I'm Attorney Ken Nugent. Insurance companies try to hide their tricks, but we know how to anticipate their every move and outsmart them at their own game. A game, by the way, that's totally rigged. I can still see you. One call, that's all. Watch and go! Call10.com. Want to win? Call me.
The only ones that will go to a white funeral director. And
Okay, now hang on a second. It sounds like we're going off topic here, apparently. I appreciate you calling. So now, with regards to the docu-series, you saw all 4 parts?
all 4. Watch it quick because I was scared it's going to get pulled down. But,
Are you close to my age? I forget. You know Wino Will, my old homie Wino Will. Are you close to 60? I forget.
I'm 58.
58, okay.
I think you got
Seasoned coochie. Okay, all right. Well, hang on a second. So let's go back because if you're almost 60, and again, I'm not trying to give Diddy a pass. He's been convicted. He got sloppy, running around with that ratchet Young Miami, supposedly, alleged, I don't know. She was accused of going to get the pink cocaine. I have no proof that she did. She was accused of that. So now, what he was convicted on and what they first tried to get him on, some would say it's a failure in terms of the legal system. That they couldn't do what they tried to do. Do you think when he comes out, he's going to be bigger than life? I mean, now he's got a prison time up under his belt. What do you think?
no. First of all, he's going to be in his 60s or close to it by then. Ain't nobody trying to look at him, no 60-year-old rapper. He can still make money in businesses, you know, and not be the face of it, just be behind the scenes investing. But as far as show business, no. I don't think his son's got any talent. I think his twin daughters will probably fare better in life than his sons will. And with paying all these lawyers and all these lawsuits, you know, he might have some money left, but I
just wanted to ask. I wanted to let you get it all out. But okay, do you recommend the docu-series? I recommend that people watch it because everybody is not from my generation. You're close up to my age, you know. So it's a new experience for a lot of people. They don't know about everything that goes on. I want people to go see it. What say you, Parrot Lady?
Yes.
What say you?
Oh, definitely. Watch it. Watch it. If nothing else, learn how people are manipulated. Garner some self-respect for yourself and set some boundaries and be wise and never give somebody so much power that when they exit your life, you end up homeless. Don't sacrifice your body for fame and fortune that's given to you by someone else, but not what you created for yourself.
Thank you for the call, Parrot. Thank you.
That's what I want to learn.
Bye now.
Great. Peace.
Bye now. Parrot Lady, long-time supporter. Guys, anybody want to comment on President Trump going 10 toes down? Sheesh. I don't know what's going on in Minnesota with regards to the Somalian community. Supposedly they've been doing the most. Okay, guys, Deeds handles the live chat. I got a bunch of calls here. If anybody wants to call in, call in. Deeds says this is the only Diddy documentary that has received a cease and desist. Okay, thank you, Deeds. Okay. Well, he's locked up, so I would imagine, you know, he can't fight the narrative. It makes sense to me to send a cease and desist. Okay. What else I want to mention here that I took notice to with regards to the 4-part docu-series? Guys, Mark Curry. I know about Mark Curry's book. I never purchased the book. I'm going to say, salute to him for telling his truth. However, didn't he go on one of these platforms and admit to having knowledge? I don't know if he took part, but supposedly he had knowledge of people spiking drinks. Did he mention that in the docu-series, or did they stay away from that? $10.51, I got your donation via PayPal. Thank you so much, sir. $10.51, I sent your email to Deeds with regards to people becoming members. Thank you for your continued support. Okay, he said Deeds is helping me. Hey, man, salute to you again. Thank you so much. 1051. Let me go to area code 267. Hey there, good evening. Please watch the language 267. We're talking about the 4-part docu-series. Are you up to speed? 267.
Yes, I'm up to speed.
Hey there.
How you doing?
I'm good.
I'm TB from Philadelphia.
Hey, Dawn.
And I just wanted to comment on this docu-series and also give you your flowers.
Oh, okay.
First, I want to give you your flowers because I do appreciate you having a disclaimer for your likeness for Diddy. I like the fact that you didn't jump on the bandwagon. It's easy to jump on the bandwagon and hate them, and because that's what people do. But I appreciate.
I like 50 Cent as well. I mean, and I tried not to, be friends with people in the quote-unquote industry, but both of them are good guys. If I can just say that. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not a fan of 50 Cent, and the reason why I'm not a fan of 50 Cent is because I didn't like him talking about Little Kim's daughter's disability with her eye. I'm like, come on, Kim, you don't have to like Little Kim, but why you bring her daughter? And you don't have to talk about the kids. Like, kids are awesome, and you're a grown man, so that made me look at him differently. And I wasn't planning on watching the doc series until I heard Joe Budden's commentary. So it kind of encouraged me to watch the docu-series, and I actually enjoyed it. I felt that it wasn't what do they call, what's the word when they like, oh, it's a hit piece. I don't think it was a hit piece. I believe it was done I believe it was done good. I really believe it was a well-documented series. I did learn some things that, because I didn't watch any of the other docu-series about Diddy, because I'm like really over it at this point. I was team, I'm a woman, but I was team Diddy. I'm not, and I had my reasons for being team Diddy. I don't want to say team Diddy. I want to be on the one team, but I was rooting for Diddy, is that way. And I'm still rooting for him, even regarding the docu-series. I did learn some things that stood out. It basically about the funeral costs, because the trip to California, and who encouraged it and who encouraged the trip. Now, I remember his mother, rest in peace, Biggie Small's mother, rest in peace, said that
Valletta Wallace, Miss Valletta Wallace. I met her.
Very
classy woman. Go ahead.
Yes, very classy. I do remember her saying in an interview years ago that Biggie wanted to go to California, and she's the one who said, I tried to talk him out of it, and he still went.
Right.
So I remember his mom saying, so the docu-series was saying something different, like it was Puffy that was more encouraging, but Miss Wallace was simply seemed like said it that Biggie was the one that wanted to go to California. So that was interesting to me. And it was also interesting to me that there's, in the docu-series, they are trying to attach Puffy to Pac and Biggie's murder. I'm like, wait, what? So that was kind of interesting that they're trying to attach him to both murders. I always felt that Suge Knight played the part in Tupac's murder, but it's interesting that they are trying to attach Tupac's murder to
Diddy.
Diddy.
Yeah. If I can jump in a second, I'm glad that you called, and I want younger people to speak as opposed to me just giving my view. I've been in the music industry a lot of years. I worked at WEA. I don't know if you know that or not. Warner Electric Atlantic for a decade, long before I ever got to the radio. I have seen people in the rock and roll and the pop world do far worse than Diddy. But again, I'm not giving him a pass. But I want to make sure that we have an understanding, a very broad understanding. Can I ask how old you are, or roundabout?
I'm 44 years old. I'll be 45 on January the 9th.
Okay. You may or may not know, but back in 1987, Sean Connery, who many people refer to as the best James Bond, he did an interview with Barbara Walters. He doubled down, saying every woman deserves a good rap in the mouth at some point. Did you know that?
I heard about that, but I didn't see it. But you know what?
Don't make me find it and play it again. But hold on. I think he said it back in 1965. And then she asked him about it in 1987. And she said, yeah, have you changed? And he said, nope, I haven't changed. I mean, so we're talking about a society that was in line with, a certain way of thinking, and Diddy is a product of that. Again, born in 1969. So I just want to say all of that. Go ahead.
Right, I just feel like Diddy, based on a docuseries, Diddy was a product of his environment and his success. And he was egotistical and arrogant and every other word you could think of. I mean, my thing is, I do agree with you that, listen, he wasn't charged for abuse, domestic violence. So that's what was annoying to me. It was like, I believe his charges were overreached from the feds. He pissed someone off in the industry. This is my belief. He pissed someone off, or maybe people off. And I do believe that case with the liquor company, I do believe there's some association with that.
Okay. We've gone into that before. I don't know the depths of that, but I so appreciate you calling. Did you land your plane? I want to make sure you have the final word.
The final word is free Diddy, okay. And also I continue to not jump on the bandwagon. Okay. Continue to stand 10 toes down and be, yeah.
Thank you for your call. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Bye-bye.
We're having some good calls here this evening. Guys, I'm sipping a little Josh wine tonight. Okay, just want to let you know. Dean sent me a few text messages. Hold on a second. Guys, I'm not looking in the live chat, so if I missed something, send me an email, okay? My homie Kirk Burrows. He says, I appreciate you for everything while on this journey. He did a great job in the docu-series. And I just want to say this, again, with regards to Kirk. Such a good-natured person. I was publishing my magazine, for those who may or may not know, Around the Way Connections. And we didn't really have any distribution. We maybe had 2,500 issues printed in the early days. He cut me a check to put a bad boy advertisement in the back of the magazine. He had that authority to cut checks, and he did expenses and all sorts of things. And we were sitting in his office one day, and he was explaining to me, different things with regards to building that empire. So if you don't know his history, pedigree, I can vouch for him and say that he was, and still is, one of the most authentic people in the industry. And as I said earlier, most people are just, desert thirsty scum. Hang on a second, somebody's tapping in. Let me make sure I'm not missing your emails. Area code 202. Good evening, are you there? 202.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey.
How you doing?
Hey, who's this?
Amy J.
Hey, Amy. How are you?
Okay. Yeah, I just finished watching I guess like 4 parts.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm just like overloaded with everything, but I kind of felt like this was so much of the stuff we already knew. And they had trickled in a couple people that were already considered unreliable or not good witnesses during the trial. And I think that made it look kind of not as credible. I know some people feel like, there's some people that believe anything that's said in a documentary. But the Little Rod section, I caught myself just yawning because I was like, at this point in his career, everyone knew he didn't do the best business deals. So I kept really so sorry for you. And then you were saying that you were participating in the drugs, and then all of a sudden you were getting drugs. I was like, this sounds stupid. Because I've never been in a situation where some drugs are offered and all of a sudden somebody's getting slipped something. Most of the time you know what you're getting, especially if you're around those type of drugs. So I gave the documentary like out of 1 out of 10. I gave it like a 5.
Okay.
The one thing I didn't know about Diddy that I thought was interesting is his relationship with his mom. It seemed like she was real mean to him, and it seemed like he wanted to live up to his father's, I guess, image. So it could have led him down the wrong way. But
Can I jump in? You said he wanted to live up to his father's image, or she wanted him? I want to be clear on what you said.
One of his friends, I think his name was the dog something, he said that Diddy always wanted to live up to his dad's height.
Okay.
So
Tim Dog?
So made this statement.
Tim Dog?
Yeah, that guy. So Diddy made this statement that I always knew I came from some type of leaf, like he knew he had a hustler in him, and then it was confirmed once he found that out. And I was just like, okay, that's kind of raunchy. But I get that he's trying to go with it. He felt like he wanted to be like a tie to some type of like, aggressive, like, I guess, prototype of a man. But the thing that kind of just like made me like, when it comes to Diddy, and like, I don't really feel sorry for him, but I do feel like, even when I was watching Making the Band, a lot of those people were lazy. And with a person like that, they're going to win no matter what. If that means they have to do the work all by themselves, they're going to do it. And I always had that perception when I used to watch it. I used to be like, these kids are sleeping all day. They don't want to get in this. I don't know if it was edited that way, but I just felt like he was kind of given the opportunities because he didn't have people really pulling their weight. And those who did do the work were really successful outside of him. I'm not saying that people deserve to be like destitute, but it's kind of hard for me to feel sorry for you if you really have a wrong record and you're asking for money. And I don't know.
Can I jump in and ask how old are you? How old are you?
I'm in my 40s.
Okay. It's okay. I mean, I'm not trying to put you out there, but yes, people in their late 40s, 50s, you know how old I am. We've seen all this before, so it's old hat. I mean, I watched it I tried to watch it with a new vision, so to speak, as opposed to just remembering what I saw in the 80s. Oh my God, I think the 80s were far worse. There were some things that the newer generation needs to understand. You don't just go produce somebody's entire album, just on a verbal agreement, and then you start turning around. I never got paid. I'm so sick of Black people saying, I never got paid. Well, why not? Why didn't you demand something? Did you sacrifice your morals because you wanted to be down? I'm sick of people like that, but we're always going to have those people. Can you speak to the guy, Lil Rod? What you thought of him in the documentary?
Here's the thing. I was a studio instrumentalist when I was younger. I played the violin, and I actually did a record with Diddy's production team.
Okay.
And it was another time I was invited out with them, and I had tickets too much, but I was offered drugs. Me being young, and I said no. I came from a background that, like, I was was looking at the 80s, 90s, all I saw was drug dealers. So when people tell me stories about, oh, she was 19 or this person was this, it all comes down to what your mind is focused on when you get in those places. So I don't, I'm feeling so sorry because sometimes it comes down to what did you want to do? And I feel like because you don't have access to his wealth, you can't clean yourself up. So I'm sorry, that's how I look at it.
I appreciate everything you said. Anything else? What are we missing? Joy Dickerson. Wasn't she on the cover of Steady B's album? I'm Going Steady. Was that her? Do you remember? I'll Google it, but
that one who was crying, her mama wrote the letter.
Right. She looks like the girl.
I mean, I can feel for you, but so if it happened, I feel bad for you, but I also feel like this is kind of dramatized because, like, it's at 92. We're in what year? I'm not saying you should be over it, but all that shaking and the crying, I just feel like it's a production. And I'm not saying that I don't care about it. I just feel like I don't see what other people see of him. If you are going into business with somebody and you know this person.
Oh my God, baby, stay there, stay there. Listen, I'm as old as dust. Steady B, Going Steady, out of Philly. Can anybody confirm that Joy Dickerson, her last name is Neal, that was her on the album cover, 1989. Sheesh. Go ahead, dog. Just had to say that.
No, but I feel like if you're gonna, I feel like you're gonna do the work and you're not gonna do the work. You're gonna go to the parties and you're not gonna go to the parties. If you let them hit, don't be embarrassed if you would take. That's how my mindset is moved on. I've seen it 10 times over. I've seen it happen to girlfriends. And it's not me being like, you don't deserve your day to like feel like to get out and express yourself. But I feel like in the case of Diddy, there's so much stuff around him. If you're not really on what you said you're on, it's going to be exposed. If you're not a person who's really trying to make music and really get out there and really pump out, like the way they say he's like this working machine, you'll eventually see it. These people just fall off on their own. So that's how I look at it.
I appreciate Coldo. Thank you.
Okay,
We're getting some good calls here. Wow, I remember her. Anybody from Philly? Remember Steady B? Steady B and Cool C. In the live chat saying, who? Don't worry about it. Does Puff owe his copy the two? Okay. Folks, you can call in. Phone lines are open. Okay. Someone says, yes, Mark Curry went on Gully TV and admitted to spiking drinks. Salute to Gully TV. That's where I saw it. Yeah. But again, the docu-series, I highly, highly recommend it. So easy, bring him down. I'm not condoning his actions. People did it. Maurice, good to hear from you, sir. HudsonTubs.com sent me an email. We are so easy to bring him down. I'm not condoning his actions, but how many people did Diddy employ? You're right. And again, the business of music, or the quote-unquote industry, it's never going to change. When you have people that are desert thirsty, on top of being vanity driven, they will sacrifice themselves. They will engage in certain behavior, or what they think is discreet behavior, or they will get trapped off in some bullshit. I keep forgetting that guy's name in Atlanta. He killed himself. He was an executive with the face. He got turned out. And a host of others. Thank you for your email. Blade said, okay, you're talking about Lil Rod. Blade says, nigga said he woke up in a bed with Puffy laying next to him, and he felt sore. What the fuck? You know, he should have left right then and there. He should have said, I'm out of here. I am so out of here. But he stuck around, continued to produce, compromise his morals. Area code 989, please watch the language. Good evening. 989.
Yes, sir. How are you? I wanted to. That's great, brother. I mean, sir. Yeah, I wanted to say this. I watched it reluctantly, kind of for like a case study, because I tell you, you've actually obliged me before concerning my cousin Rob and the surviving R. Kelly thing, and I watched it just to draw comparisons, and I'll tell you something, man. It really caused me to totally abandon this current climate has caused me to totally abandon the hip hop culture as it now stands. Because how we grew up, I'm 55. How we grew up, when you take the modus operandi, the motive behind 50's agenda, we grew up in an era where if a dude was coming at another dude over a female, that automatically nullifies any and everything that guy is saying about that other guy, because it's about a woman. The truth of the matter, and no one wants to talk about it as far as a lot of these hip-hop podcasts, truth of the matter is that when you read Jane's testimony, how much she loved Puffy, this, that, and the third, and how that whole romance played out, it really made 50 Cent sick, allegedly. It made him and everything he has done, it has been totally a scorned man, a man who's heartbroken. So he now wants to continue to condemn Diddy. Now, as far as the docuseries itself, I would ask people to ask themselves, why wasn't Gene Dill a part of it? And I don't know.
That's on my screen right there. Somebody's asking. I didn't reach out to Gene. Gene and I are very cool, but I don't know. I don't have that answer. Maybe he was recorded and they decided not to use him. I don't know. But
neither do I. But he did comment on it.
Okay.
And he said that there was disagreement between him and the Alexandra lady or whatever. But I'm gonna tell you all this. When my cousin R. Kelly studying his whole cases and the whole documentary and speaking to a lot of people who were in the documentary, what I need people to understand is that it is a huge money grab, because certain laws in Hollywood or however they do it, most people that appear in these documentaries only pay $5,000-$10,000 in per diem, hotel accommodations, some food coupons, and all of those people that appeared in Surviving R. Kelly, which I've spoken to several, they don't get nothing. But the people who produce it, they make all of the money. So
can I jump in?
Can
I jump in?
Pardon me?
Can I jump in? Yes, you and I spoke before. You're R. Kelly's first or second cousin, I forget.
First cousin.
Cousin, okay. Let me say this, I've said this before. And your cousin, if memory serves me correctly, is dyslexic, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So he had a bunch of niggas around him that did take advantage. And with regards to what you just said about people getting paid minimal amounts of money, some of those people who you see in the documentaries don't get paid anything. They do it because they want to clear their names or they want to protect themselves from future lawsuits. A lot of those people don't get paid to sit there and talk. They're trying to cleanse, in a sense, things that they did in their younger days, and that's the industry. A lot of people who get in, they want to run errands, they want to be a gopher of sorts, they want to show their loyalty, stuff like that. And they take advantage of a documentary to try and act like, oh, well, I didn't want to be a part of that. I just want to say all that. Go ahead.
I concur, especially with the federal indictment looming. You're 1,000% right, and I never looked at it from that perspective. However, I will say this much, and we're doing something, you'll see what we're doing very soon, and that is as it pertains to Donald Trump and a pardon and all of that. The reality, brother, is this. It is when people sit and tell their account or their stories, If people really knew, and you guys are about to see very soon, the people who sat on Surviving R. Kelly, this is why I could not give this documentary any credence. After I started doing my research and studying and really going through the transcripts and everything, 80% of them were sitting there telling outright lies. Outright lies. One young lady, I'm not going to say her name, said she was 18, and she said she was 17 at the Keith Murray Home Alone. She met Rob at the Keith Murray Home Alone video shoot. And the feds charged him, saying that she was a minor when he transported her across state line. 1 week before the...
Listen, sir, I don't want to retry R. Kelly's case here, with all due respect.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can I ask you to land your plane and keep me posted on any progress with regards to R. Kelly? Go ahead, please.
Will do, sir. I'm landing now. I don't give any credence to it. I take issue with the fact when they talk about Biggie and Puffy's relationship, another thing most people don't know, when we see these individuals in music videos, in movies, and all of that, people automatically assume that they're very close. People automatically assume that the relationship is so tight, and no, it's business. It's called show business. So, yeah, so I'm not surprised. It was about money. It was that kind of relationship. So I'll keep you posted, brother, and thank you for allowing.
Sir, please don't call me brother. It offends me. Please.
Sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Hey there, thank you for your patience. Please watch the language. 702, good evening.
What's up?
Hey.
What's up, Star?
Who's this?
Hi, Star.
Okay.
This is Ellie. This is Ebony.
Hey, Ebony.
Excuse my voice. Hi. I'm doing great. How are you? You're good? Good. So, yeah, I'm calling you, and what was the question about Diddy's son? Did you have a particular question?
Did you see it? Did you see the docuseries?
I watched it. Yesterday.
I want to hear a younger perspective. I'm an older guy. I've been through the 80s working at the record labels. Oh my goodness, do I have stories. But I think this docu-series, it talks to the newer generation. I'm curious to hear what you think, please.
Well, I grew up on bad boy music. I never liked Puffy because he was too much in the video. And I always wondered why his artists didn't stay around. I always wondered that. I'm like, one day it's going to be a story, and it's going to be crazy because, like, we love Total. We love all the bad boy artists never hear his signal tomorrow. And we just think that it was so crazy, but we didn't know, I didn't know that this was crazy. But
can I ask how old are you? How old are you?
38. I'm young, right? That's young?
No, you're well, once you hit 35, you should be, for a female, you should either be married or have a kid, but I ain't hating on you. Okay, so,
Well, I do have a kid. I have kids, and my kids are grown.
There you go.
And I had a baby, and I was in a relationship for over 20 years with a guy from Brooklyn.
Well, hang on a second. Any experience in the music industry or the business of music?
Yeah. So I was in Brooklyn, 1999. And I seen a lot of stuff. I seen a lot of sinister stuff that was similar to the same stuff. Like, the streets is just like the music business, like, come to find out, and it's scary. And Brooklyn in New York is really connected, especially in 99, 2000, it was really connected with the industry. And so I seen Brooklyn be bamboozled by Puffy, the whole Shine thing, and how he had Brooklyn on lock. And then how that turned out, and how it's just really sad that, and I just think that it spread from the east to the west coast because, the sex trafficking and that stuff.
But hang on a second. I appreciate everything you're saying, but now you moved from New York out to Vegas. You're in Vegas, yes?
Yeah, I'm from the West Coast, yeah.
You got it together, you're doing better, the kids are grown now, so you can look back and reflect on those bum-ass niggas in Brooklyn, right or wrong?
Yeah.
The bum-ass niggas who probably say to you, why don't you come back through the neighborhood, right?
No, I'm trying to save my daughter because bum-ass niggas is so wrapped up in other niggas and whatever the streets and the music and the tasting of the bling bling that I and many other women have to protect our daughters from the same damn thing.
I got all that, but now hang on a second. People from Brooklyn who are still there, they say to you, yo, you don't come through.
What?
They say you don't come through no more, right?
We don't, and I'm not. Look, sir.
I get it, but I'm saying that's what they say to you. They say to you, yo, you don't come through no more.
Yeah, and I'm not. I'm not because I see the devil. I know I'm good, sir. I don't even listen to rap music anymore, sir. And I'm a hip hop head, sir.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, it's trash now. But hold on a second. So you were connected, so to speak, to the industry. You got older. You can look back, and you made it out. So congratulations. And you don't want your daughter to be nowhere near it, right?
No, and her dad's like 50, and he just thinks that it's like, he thinks that it's still Puff Daddy era or something. You know what I mean? Still Diddy bopping around, like, niggas still be bopping around, sorry, that's to stop. And I'm with the girl who went out and hurt the other girl in Florida, and she was from she's from New York, right? They're violent. I'm not just talking about, you know, but it's a little violent out there, I don't know. So I watched a documentary on PBS about a boxing club in New York.
But hang on, so that we don't go left, right, left, right, left, right, left. So are you from New York, born and raised?
No, I'm from the West Coast.
Okay.
Listen, that's what I'm saying, sir.
So how'd you wind up in New York? How'd you wind up in New York?
Yeah, these out of towners come to California in particular.
Oh.
Okay? Yeah.
You ran up on a smooth talking New York nigga, he brought you back to New York to get that Skrilla. I got it. Okay.
No, he tried to bring me, no, because I had to surgery. I never left the West Coast, but I traveled back and forth. I went out of town, so I took my flight. I got flowed, I flew out. You know what I mean? But
Were you trafficked, baby? Keep it real. Were you trafficked?
Oh, no, because I was dodging bullets.
Oh, wow.
My mom taught me not to pray, but I was definitely dodging bullets, and I had to be you see how I talk now, I always have to be a tough cookie to survive. You know, I have to be a tough cookie. Thank God I'm a lucky one, star. But I'll tell people to stay, don't come out of town with all that. No, I don't know, sir, but I like to die. I think
I appreciate you, baby. Appreciate you.
Thank you, sir. Salute.
Thank you.
Bye.
Let me speak. Area code 510. Are you there? Good evening. 510.
How you doing, sir?
Hey, who's this?
This is Dave. I'm calling. I wanted to talk about the Somalis in Minnesota.
Okay. Please.
Yeah, I just want to say, I hope they all get up out of here and stuff. I'm so tired of all them. I'm so tired of their big forehead. You know, I'm so tired of them smelling up the room. You know, just, you know, no disrespect to all them, but it's like we don't need y'all here. You know, like y'all bring nothing to us and everything. I mean, all the stereotypes they talk about, Black Americans, so on, FBA, whatever you want to use, they're that times 10. You know, they're more violent. You know. And, you know, they starving, so it's like, I don't know how you're going to be gangster in your ribs are shown, but, you know, so it's like, I feel like they can take all that they doing, they need to take it all the way back to their failed homeland, their $2 country, running around for rights and everything. That's what they need to do. You know, they don't even got clothes in their country, but they come to America and they acting gangster and stuff.
Well, the story is picking up a lot of traction. Supposedly over $1 billion has been sent back. The governor is the governor
has got some explaining to do. Do you know the real depths of the story? I mean, I can appreciate what you're saying about Somalians. I don't give a goddamn about them, but can you give us more background, please?
Yeah, that's what happened is what you're talking about is it was called the Feed Our Kids something. It was a thing that they did during the pandemic and everything. Basically, they was finessing and they was making it seeming like they was feeding like 50,000 kids or something like that a day. And from my understanding, it's not even that many kids in their school district. So it was a whole little thing, more so for the Al-Shabaab and everything, because, they practice that disgusting, filthy religion. So, they want to go...
Was it 1 billion or 2 billion? So I don't know the full story.
There's something like that, though. But that's why I be telling people, if you have knowledge of self, then you black, white, whatever you want to say, you shouldn't be practicing that, filthy religion of a man that,
Sir, we got all that. I'm not trying to stop you from going in, but I mean, the story, I mean, I would like some more details. Do you have anything you can give us? I appreciate your donation. Should I play another video that really gives the crux of what's going on?
All I have right now recently is I've just seen that they had some recent people get arrested. Some recent people in the organization. There was a white lady that just got convicted. That was actually basically.
Can you Google, sir? I'll give you a minute. Are you reading, nigga? Can you read?
Yeah. I can read. I can look up. Yeah.
Stay right there. Stay right there. Gene Richmond, do you want to call us, sir? Number 9. Hold on a second. Number 9 taking shots at Gangster of Love. Where is that? If I can get that on the screen. Sheesh. Okay. He says bum begging for Rory back. Mr. Rory, it's you. Okay. Guys, leave the cursing to me, okay?
Yeah, it says beating our future fraud.
What do you got?
Okay, so it said it was a feeding our future fraud.
Can you read the article, sir, from the beginning? Read it.
No, it's not an article, it's a video.
Okay, can you Google an article and read it to us? I'm giving you time. I appreciate your support. I'm not...
All right, let me look up the article real quick.
They're in the live chat, roasting Gangs of Love. Say it ain't so. GOL missing white daddy. Sheesh.
Okay, yeah, so it was $1 billion. This said a judge in Minneapolis that sparked outrage. She decided to overturn a fraud conviction. So it was a white lady that started it.
Sir, can you read the article? You're just, scanning and paraphrasing. Read it.
Okay, so her name is, the lady, it was a lady, her name is Aditha Fatah Yusuf, 44, found guilty of robbing innocent taxpayers through a home health care company called Promise Health in August. A jury found that he and his wife, Lil Ahmed, ran a deceitful Medicaid fraud scheme out of a mailbox at the so-called medical company and used the money for lavish shopping sprees, including trips to name brand and designer stores like Coach, Canada Goose, Nike, Michael Kors, and to purchase high-end cars, according to prosecutors.
Somalis caught a lick, sir. Or a bunch of licks, yes? Licks.
Yeah, exactly.
Real nigger shit. Respect their jokes. Go ahead and land your plane.
Yeah, well, that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to speak on that. I wanted to say, that I wanted to say that this is just another.
Sir, you've said enough. I appreciate you, man. Salute.
All right.
Let me see if I can bring the area code 917. Hey there, good evening, 917, please. Watch the language. Are you there?
How you doing? Good evening.
Hey.
Yes, I'm here.
Who's this?
My name is Nancy. I'm from the Bronx.
Hey, Nancy, how are you doing? Where do you want to start?
I'm always good, thank you. So I was watching the documentary earlier when I was at work, and it just showed me that 50 is really a hater, and that's some queen stuff. It was very vindictive, and I want to really talk about Kalina. She said that she asked Puffy for $5,000 when she was going through whatever she was going through with her family, and he said he couldn't do it, you know.
Trying to get her kids back. Trying to get her kids back.
Yeah, right. But she's vouching for him now. So I just got silly women fatigue. Her, Capricorn Clark, Cassie, all of these women coming out of the woodworks is really, really crazy. And that guy, what his name is, the producer, Little Rod.
Little Rod, yeah.
He was enjoying the freak offs. What kind of man does a whole album and don't get no chicken? Like, what are you talking about? You didn't get paid. Are you okay?
Can we go back for a second? We'll come back to Little Rod, according to him, waking up with niggas in the bed. But, okay, so I think we all pretty much agree that Cassie, you know, is just a freak bitch. You know, just
definitely
a nasty freak bitch. I don't know if she had any type of venereal diseases. I don't know. But I really don't want people saying she's beautiful. She's not. If you ask me, she was disgusting, inside and out. But hang on a second. Let's go back to Capricorn Clark. Is that her name? Capricorn Clark.
Yes, it is.
She was his assistant from, what, 2004, 2005, I forget. So she saw a lot, if you ask me. She saw Diddy during his drug years, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, no?
I believe so.
That whole thing with her and Cassie and Kid Cudi, I mean, I paid attention. Why would she entertain Cassie and Kid Cudi on some type of hiking trip? Right?
Exactly, because she was part of the freak off. She was probably enduring them too. All of them had...
Well, hang on a second. I don't want to get sued. Was Capricorn Clark part of the freak off? So you mean Cassie?
No, Cassie was definitely, you know.
Cassie. We have no proof about Capricorn Clark. Slow it down. She's got some she's got some fucked up gray teeth, and we may or may not circle back to that. But why would she entertain Cassie on some hiking expedition with Kid Cudi? Can we just go there for a second?
I believe that she was so infatuated. This is just my opinion, all right? I think she was infatuated with Cassie, and she just wanted to do whatever to make sure that she was comfortable with her, and also, you know, like, oh, I have, you know, I got your back, you could trust me with whatever, because she knew that it was coming to a point where Diddy was about to, like, off her. Like, I'm good off you, you're no longer going to be whatever you are to my company and to me, so she was trying to, you know.
Is Capricorn Clark a seafood platter eater? I don't know. Maybe you said infatuated. I don't know. Let me look in the live chat.
Yeah.
Troll babies. Is Capricorn Clark a switch hitter? I think she was out of pocket to go hiking with Kid Cudi. He's a goofy, and Cassie did that to irritate Diddy. Bitch, we do freak offs. You know the routine. Niggas smash you, I watch, I jerk my joystick, and that's where it stops. So what's this Kid Cudi shit? Go ahead.
Cassie is I think she suffers with something, because now she's just addicted to toxicity. And for her to be, you know, swallowing that guy jizz, did you see him? Are we watching the same doc? Like, you sleeping with this person with your eyes open? This is just bogus, you know? All of this is just bogus. And for 50 to go backtracking and doing all of this, it's something deeper in the waters. There's no way he is so invested like this to do this documentary. Half of it we already know. And, you know, it's just all bogus. It's foolishness. You know, it was something for me to do at work today. So I was very appreciative of that. But other than that, I'm sorry. All of them was, it seems like a case of mental illness from the start to the finish. Who is that guy with the 25%? Is he some kind of cook? Like, I really
hang on, baby. Hold on a second. That's Kirk Burroughs. He deserved that 25% of Bad Boy. But you know, that's
I haven't even gotten into that, but I thank you. Anything else you want to mention? You spoke about Lil Rod. How long did he produce for Diddy? Was it over a year or two? How long was he producing?
Over a year, and all he got out of it was sleeping in the bed with him, because he sounds like he was a fan, and some pink cocaine or pink ecstasy. I think he enjoyed it. That's what's his payment. Sleeping with...
Well, now, hang on a second. Did he admit that? Or let's be careful. Did he admit to doing those drugs? Slow it down.
Well, of course he admitted it. He said he was going and he was...
Hang on a second. Stay right there. Troll babies, did Lil Rod admit to doing drugs? Baby, you got to slow down. I had to hang up on somebody last week. Don't be saying, of course he did.
I apologize.
If he didn't say that out of his mouth, I was doing drugs. Slow that shit down.
He said he woke up and he didn't know what happened. So what does that mean?
Well, he woke up and his anus may have been stretched, but with regards to the drug, they're saying he never admitted it, and you're lying, baby. Come on, see. I appreciate you.
All right.
I appreciate
Well,
you. Good night.
later.
Let's get her out of here. People getting sued out here. Slow that shit down. There he is, my homie, my friend, Gene Richmond, a.k.a. Number 9. How are you, sir?
I'm great. What a pleasure it is to always be here on the Star Report.
You are my political correspondent.
and I humbly honor that title.
Yeah.
And what a political climate it is.
Yeah. Where do you want to start?
Well, we got a president that's pretty much going scorched earth at every third world immigrant nation there is. You know, with bans and moratoriums and putting more boots on the ground for an effective and more comprehensive immigration policy and removal of said illegal immigrants is, to me, almost fascinating. We haven't seen any president in our modern time take on immigration headfirst like this guy has. And I think it's impressive. Can there be more done? Of course, it can always be a little bit better, but you get resistance from the states and these federal judges. But all in all, I think Trump is doing a stellar job in regards to bringing awareness, removal, detaining, deportation, and blocking this immigration invasion. I think it's a good job.
At this point, I saw, I think it was The Hill earlier, they're saying that Trump has deported 2 million immigrants, illegals, and that's only 1 million shy of Barack Obama, who deported 3 million, yes?
Yeah, that's actually 1 million shy, but there's a little caveat here, and there's a little bit of information that people aren't aware of. Many of those deportees or immigrants that were deported under Obama were turnaways at the gates. So they counted that as a deportation, turning someone away at the door. So if you look at it, Trump is pretty much has come full circle in regards to actual boots on the ground, detaining people, processing them, and actually deporting them. So I think Trump has created a stellar record, and we're only into year 1. We got 3 more years to go, so I think there's more to come. And I think this immigration process is just going to get more expensive.
All right. Well, I appreciate you bringing me up to speed on things. I saw Trump go scorched earth, as they say, and then double down. I really enjoyed that. Hey, quick question: is Nick Fuentes going in on Tucker Carlson again? What happened? Some type of rift now. Am I looking at this the right way? He mentions the interview, so clearly this is new footage. Yes? No?
Yeah, it is actually new footage. Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson had a pretty rough road before their interview a little over a month ago. And it seemed like they came to a détente. They let bygones be bygones. They put their issues aside. And the interview currently on Tucker's page, it stands at about over 7 million views. So, I mean, it's one of the most prosperous and the most watched interviews in Tucker Carlson's media brand. But that being said, Nick Fuentes kind of, did an about face in regards to Tucker, because Tucker went on a couple of different platforms, Megyn Kelly being one of them recently, and saying, even though Nick Fuentes is an anti-Semite, and he should stop the Jew hate, he made some good points. And Fuentes is saying, well, wait a second. You never called me an anti-Semite when I was in front of you when we were out to dinner, or a Jew hater. But what's this whole Jew hate thing? And Nick took offense to that.
Well, you hold on a second.